After 22 highly competitive weeks, it is time to see the rise and fall of some of these teams and who will make it into playoffs to win it all. Indeed, my name is Vicious here with St. Cola to deliver the very final week of playoff contention for Street Fighter League Japan 2023 Season 6. This is where it all goes down to it, man. You got to put it all on the line for some of these teams who will make it into those top 4 spots and also will make it into the grand finals, as it's been very, very closely contested. But before we get into that, St. Cola, how are we feeling today, man?
Bro, I got butterflies. I'm super nervous. For some of these teams, it's do or die. For some of these teams, they're playing for as many points as possible to be in the top spots, to have better seeding. And of course, some of these teams are playing to be in that top spot, to move to the grand finals and not have to play at the playoffs, have to go to that very grimy, greasy playoffs that's going to be incredibly insane. But before we get to that, as you mentioned, this is the final day, the final week of Street Fighter League Japan regulation play. Of course, we have the home and away side style, a system that returns. Home puts up their players last, away puts up their players first. That means home gets an advantage to seed, deliberate, and configure based on what the away side puts up. Now, that is an advantage, but it doesn't always mean the victory. We've seen the victory come from the away side because they can have their own strategies for that situation. And again, as we mentioned, we're playing towards the playoffs to happen next month, the 16th and 17th. That is only a few weeks away, and today we're going to find out who makes it. We're going to be sending 2 teams to the sidelines. One of those teams already, unfortunately, as we talked to production about, is Shinobism Gaming. Unfortunately, even if they get 40 points and GyoGun gets absolutely nothing, they will not be moving on because the head-to-head contention right now is in favor of GyoGun. But Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, OSAKA can still make that run, and they're all trying to run towards as much in terms of points as possible and get that bump on the dot. 8 million yen. That's 5 million, 2 million, and 1 million respectively between first, second, and third. What could you buy with that, Vicious?
Not this, but you know, I'll probably send it to you for Christmas. That is the most important thing, right? The spirit of giving. And we'll see which of these teams are actually really willing to give up some of these points. You know, obviously none of them are, but you know, it's a take season more than it is a giving, I feel like, in the realm of Street Fighter 6. But that's just how it plays out, man. You're talking about some of the playoff implications already. Obviously, we have GyoGun and Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, OSAKA really being, I feel like, the marquee matchup of it all, because GyoGun, they're essentially playing for seeding, while as Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, they're actually trying to make it into the playoffs. Their only way to do it is scoring an immaculate run of 40 points. Not to say that it's impossible, because they've already done it twice over in this part of the season. So it's very important to note that GyoGun needs to be on their A game. They need to survive by at least winning 1 game. Other than that, we'll see what happens. Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto versus FAV Gaming follows suit afterwards. We'll talk about their implications as well. DetonatioN FocusMe as well as Shinobism Gaming. At this point, DetonatioN, they just need to play for seeding. They do have a chance to make it into grand finals, where history can repeat itself as to when Itabashi won the very first season of Street Fighter League 4, Street Fighter 5. So DetonatioN, all they need to do is really score 30 points for a chance to make it into first, but it really also depends on how FAV does overall. If they get 20 points, they automatically make it into grand finals. So, with that in mind, we have the score in the bottom left for you, as conveniently timed as is. FAV at the very top, DetonatioN FocusMe followed suit, Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto in third, GyoGun in fourth. Right? So, there's so much for some of these teams. More importantly, the top 2 on the docket, the top 2 in the lineup right now with GyoGun and Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, OSAKA. As we mentioned earlier, the first 2 games, the first 2 matches in the teams, they're going to be 10 points apiece, and that final match is going to be 20 points. If there's ever a tiebreaker, we settle it in a sudden death match worth 5 points. But I'm pretty sure, like, none of the tiebreakers are really going to be as noteworthy, I feel like, in this very last week, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be aiming for 40 bombers or as many as points as possible. I don't think we're going to be aiming to have those tiebreakers happen. You want those 30 to 10s as much as possible, like as minimal, I should say, and 40 bombers as much as possible. Especially, as we mentioned, for Cyclops, Athlete Gaming, OSAKA, which is coming up as our first team. These are the new kids on the block. They've been doing good the first part of the season, but the second part of the season, it's not that they've been doing bad, it's just that other teams have been doing better and solidifying more points more consistently. And they're going up against GyoGun. Now, history, we study that for a little bit. Cyclops beat them in the first stage. Then GyoGun beat them in the second stage. So tiebreaker happens here, and if they're going to move on, they'll have to be now. Cyclops Fab Gaming coming up first. It's going to be the one loved back by all fighting games, every single one of those. It's Kazunoko on the Scammy Cammy. Always get aerial with it. Right after that is the man that made the pact with the rights for the devil. It's the Wind Devil. It is Dogura on that DJ play. After that's going to be the theoretical value. I don't know what that means, but I do know that Finrich knows what it means and knows how to get me with that JP. After that, and last but not least, is the extraordinarily good on defense and now also on offense with that Chun-Li. We talked about this team being super sick. It's just that the competition out here is so strong. Everything is such in contention that they have to play perfectly today, get that 40-point baller to move on.
Cyclops アスリートゲーミング大阪の入場でした。ちょっとカメラさんも気合が入りすぎてる感じがしますが、ちょっと皆さん近いですね。
I'm glad they're all on their A game. I'm really glad that it's always those three too. Kazunoko, Dogura, and Goichi. I'm glad Fenrich is just there having a good time. You know, he's like, I'm here. Right? Speaking of the team that's here, it is GyoGun coming up next. Starting things off, of course, the man of the tide, the prince of the rapids, it's Mizuha. Hopefully he's feeling a lot better from the last time we saw him. The hero of Sunrise. He's been talking a lot of smack lately, but hey man, he's found some points with it. It's Mokeng. And everything's A-okay with Mr. Up to Now. Shout out to the Yipes. It is Machabo. And no longer a man, he's a god, a 2D god at that. It is Mago. So this is the team that is really on the spotlight for the final week, right? When we talk about playoff implications, this is the team that really needs it the most. They need to win one game. They need to win one game, which is a lot of pressure, I feel like. I feel like Mago, I don't know how he does it every week. Has that kind of energy. I feel like he could be like a comic book character, right? Somebody's got to draw him into a manga or something real soon. But anyways, as we were mentioning, right, Cyclops being on the away side, this is a huge disadvantage, I feel like, being vulnerable to the counter pick. It's Fenrich who's on the bench. It's Dogura, Kazunoko, and Goichi. Now, you know what's funny? I've been really paying attention to Dogura lately. Like, immediately after last SFL, he went to play a different game that I tuned into. But the rest of the week, into the weekend, actually, he was playing a lot of Street Fighter 6, man.
Really? So he was grinding it out? He was getting ready to prepare?
A lot. Yeah, even yesterday, I was up at ungodly hours because I haven't adjusted my time. My sleep schedule is gone. It's out the window. But I was watching him play, and he's looking pretty sharp, man.
Good. That's good to hear because I feel like Dogura hasn't. I felt like he hasn't been updated on like the newest way to play DJ. It feels like he doesn't have the comfortability of the DJ players. You see the solidity in terms of like the game plans of like Fudo, even Yamaguchi. But it's not there for Dogura. We have not seen him find success in the second stage. First stage, he got 4 out of 5 wins. That was great. But this stage, 0 out of 5 so far. And it all comes down to this. Remember, we said they cannot lose a single game. They need a 40 ball. So for them to put all of their faith to start off with Dogura of all people, who has not been okay lately, is very shocking, but we'll see what happens. It looks like it's going to be Mago coming up immediately. He wants to get that kill right off the bat. He wants to get that, send them out into the stands like some fans sort of energy right there. And Mago himself, though, man, he has been dangerous lately on that jury. A lot better. Maybe not always picture perfect, but a lot better just in general. And I feel like has found himself in this game. If it's November Mago, I don't know what it is. Instead of September Mago, I don't know what it is. But he definitely feels like he's more solidified in how he plays the character and how he wants to play the character and put his own game plans in. Because before, we were saying, this isn't his character. Maybe Cammy might be better, maybe even Ken, but he has proved a lot of us wrong, proved me wrong, and been making it work for his team.
Yeah, this is the thing I want to see now is what will the order be from GyoGun coming into it, right? We did have our pregame interviews a little bit earlier. Mago obviously, is Mago going to be, is he truly going first, right? Is that already determined? Is that just a certain? I assume so. Okay, so Dogura, honestly, he's been feeling some type of way, right? Since I guess the start of the season, he hasn't found that type of success. Dogura had his assumptions. He said, honestly, I was thinking of facing Moke, but this is the third matchup. 1 win, 1 loss. I'll win this and go to the playoffs. Damn, that's a lot of confidence. He had that kind of confidence exuding in the previous season where he's like, you know, I'm going to clutch it out for our team so they don't have to worry. We'll see how that plays off, but there's a lot of history, obviously, with Mago and Dogura in and out of the game, but specifically for this matchup, taking a look at the overall record, he lost to Mago over in week 5, right? So maybe he'll get his rebuttal this time, maybe he won't, but it really depends on how Mago's playing, man. He had that in between Cammy and Jury. Now he's fully like fledged with Jury, but there's been a lot of weird excution errors that he's had. I haven't been able to follow him closely on stream, but like the way that he's been playing these last couple of weeks has been very much so off, right? It hasn't been like the full potential that we're expecting from Mago.
Yeah, it's wild because I feel like even though he has his game plan, you can understand what he's trying to do. His meter management is way better, which I feel like is a problem for a lot of Jury players. Every time I talk to Justice and even like, you know, Ajax and the other Jury players that exist in the US and Puerto Rico, they always cite that getting over the hump of making sure you have as much bar as possible is very important, and when to use bar is very important, as it is for every character. But for Jury, a lot of them just want to drive rush in to get their win. It makes sense. Her drive rush buttons are fantastic, but you have to spin your bar off right so you can exercise as much damage as possible. I feel like Dogura really had issues with that at the very beginning, and now he's gotten better, but the cohesiveness of his game plan is just not all the way there, right? You saw him falter to, it was Itazan, and not really have that confidence as you saw it kind of get sent back, and Itazan kind of just rolled all over him with that geef. I want to see that confidence, but I want to see a game plan behind it. I've watched him on the stream. He does look like he's a little bit more prepared, but obviously that's not Street Fighter League. That's not with other people riding for you. It's not do or die time. We need to get as many points as possible to qualify. Right now, it's definitely do or die time for Dogura, Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka, GyoGun first match. Let's get it.
I feel like there's no excuse, right, for GyoGun to make any sort of mistakes because, again, they have the home field advantage. They are the ones making these counter picks happen. So we'll see if this is going to be favorable for Dogura or not. I love the aggression early on, being deterred by Mago, by the way. Some of these decisions to OD uppercut, and then also being able to flip the switch on offense. That drive rush meant everything to him. Being able to start things off, revving the engine, immediately looking for the finish line. 1 round under the pocket, in the pocket of Mago.
Starts off the anti right there. Jack knocked us on point, the dash up throw as well. A lot of good quarter pressure from this character if you're ready for it, but the dive kick lands. Mago finds his escape and the overhead, blessing that dome. Baits out the ODDP. Mago getting nasty now with that level 2. Some I haven't seen from him in a long bit, but this is such an integral part of his character's game plan, the impact, the kill some of that drive gauge. Oh my God, the mixturization. Oh, you're dead. Wait, 1 more hit. Never mind. I was right. I should have just committed.
There was one moment where I felt like I was really unlucky. Dogura tried to air against Mago, and Mago was looking just for the escape option of just going for a jump out dive kick, which is pretty common, right? People, most Jury players would kind of just jump out of the corner and not want to risk getting uppercut, so they will like do a delayed dive kick. There was a moment right there where Dogura just tried to catch him air to air and just ran into the dive kick, and I feel like that momentum was completely out of his grasp as soon as that happened, at least in the second round. So this is looking fantastic for GyoGun. They just need 1 more game under their belt to score those 10 points and make it into playoffs, and that's all she wrote after that.
That's right, that's it. At that point, it's it for Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka. We talked about how, again, 40 points, you need to play picture perfect. And you have the team captain coming up with a lot of confidence and really exercising. A great thing about Jury, that level 2 is fantastic. Maybe it's not Blanca level or like Rashid level, but it's a fantastic super that people need to be using more. It's such an integral part of her game plan. You see Ajax utilizing that very well, finding cheeky little resets, and I like that. We also see Mago aiming for the drive gauge, hitting that drive impact to kill the gauge in between, harassing him up in the corner with that jump fear so they can't let you get right after it because of level 2 for these extensions. It's a dangerous character when you have that full toolkit available, which we didn't see previously from Mago. This time, is Mago ready? Is this November Mago? Dogura, what do you have for us?
feel like the question is more towards Dogura, right? Like, what does he have for the rest of the team right now? Already off to one really rough spot. 2 throws in a row. A delay counter poke as well from Mago. The uppercut's not there. He actually missed his opportunity to anti-air. He had it clean in his sights. He chose the crouching heavy punch instead of uppercut.
Still, Mago right the momentum. With the medium punch overhead. Again, that's a win. Mago looking to send Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka out and move his team close to the playoffs.
Oh, finds the counter poke. I like that. Backdash, excellent choice. What a punish counter too with the uppercut. That was actually mad fast.
Punish counter knockdown, hard knockdown too as well. Try to get that throw, but I like that escape option here from Mago. Back throw from Dogura, puts him up in the corner for a little bit. But I can see more of that corner pressure that DJ can really layer on. He's got the OD fireballs, air slashes, the fake outs too as well to call out that dive kick if need be, make him flinch.
How did that dive kick connect?
He recovered.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be fast enough to evade that throw and punish it. Both players actually on one touch. That's enough, yes sir. Dogura survives another round, props himself up in his chair, reassesses Mago. Actually, he just needed one hit, so up to level 3. The defense.
Level 3 here.
Though, level 3 early.
Massage bar, get that fat lead. Get your bar back even further. 1/4 health taken away from Mago. The stand fierce sway play. Drive rush, OD, DP, waited and baited. He was a burn up, but it doesn't really matter. My man has the corner pressure, activates level 2 off the Renko kicks. Plus, no anti right there, wasn't ready.
What a jump into, what a time to throw out a fireball from the side of Dogura, really. Punish counter, one more sequence, you're dead, wait a minute. That was the biggest Hail Mary, but chip is imminent. Can Mago find a checkmate scenario and take that much damage off of Dogura? Very close to the corner as well. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Dogura trying to get away with a Sobot that was just way too far to call out. Mago and Team GyoGun make it into the playoffs.
Damn, Mago coming up to bat was the right play. November Mago on point. And unfortunately, that means, as you said, Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka is out. Man, Dogura, better than what we've seen previously, but not enough. Not enough. So wild decisions. Like that fireball up in the corner. Throwing out fireballs like that when that man is so close, can easily get a jump in situation. Mago popping off, as animated as you said. Looking like, I think it was Mago Satoru. What was he called previously a couple weeks ago? Was the anime character I heard on FGC Translated.
He was
either way, he has saved the day.
Like Jujutsu Kaisen, yeah. Like,
yeah. Saved the day for his team. But man, that's so sad to see here. That's unfortunate, man. Unfortunately.
No doubt. Like, look at the deflation of the team emotionally, man. Coming in such high spirits and their playoff spot just taken away from them so early. And Dogura, I mean, like, what else can you really say or feel about it, man? Like, it's everything was riding on their faith in him, and there were just so many. I don't know what it is. Like, his reads and the way he wants to play the character is not. It's not fast enough, right? I think in this game, in Street Fighter 6 with the pacing, I think you have to play fast, right? It benefits. This game benefits a lot of players who play quick and play where you don't really have to think about defense as often, right? DJ is definitely that kind of character to do that. Like, I don't know. It just hasn't gelled with Dogura yet. As we take a look at the stats, it's really rough. Look at the lack of anti-airs as well. I think that's the biggest thing. 1 of 7 anti-airs. OD reversals, 1 of 4 callouts, right? 2 of 7 successfully tech throws. And and 0 drive impacts. Man, that's the tail of the tape right there. Bunch of ones, bunch of twos, zeros.
Especially the anti-airs, the lacking anti-airs. You gotta have that sweep, the back heavy kick, the DPs you see from Yamaguchi, you see from Fudo. But you don't see that from the side of Dogura too often. I think you're right. You have to have that speed. I feel like he's too pensive. Maybe more of that sway play. Maybe more of that like close range, you know, dash up, drive rush mix up that you see from like Fudo. I really feel like Dogura, as you mentioned, don't play the game fast enough. I think that worked like the early parts of the season, like early parts of this game, I should say, but not now. When we've sped up, we've understood a little bit more of the meta in the footsies. But what I understand right now is GyoGun will be moving on. Unfortunately, Cyclops will not, but they're still going to be playing at their highest to lead with as many points as possible. They're still going to be competitors out here to get that victory. It looks like they're going to have Mizuha come up. No, I'm sorry, Moke come up. It's Moke on the Chun-Li, the smack talker extraordinaire.
Man, it's hard to even try to follow up, right? We talked about this being the marquee matchup, and the results have already been produced off the first game. Like, we were expecting a little bit more of a comeback from the side of Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka. Now, with Kazunoko coming up, it's hard to really kind of like stay invested. Like, this is just the truth when it comes to being like a viewer and a fan. It's hard to be like as invested, but now like you have to think about it in a way that GyoGun is looking for a more favorable position, right? If GyoGun could make it into third place with a couple of more points, this makes their seeding much better, right? It makes it so that they have the home field advantage, and they would be facing off against, I feel like, Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, right? So if GyoGun can get 20 points or more, there is just a chance to make it above Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. For Team GyoGun. So we'll see how that plays off, but obviously Kazunoko, he had his piece a little bit beforehand. We know that we can't make it to the playoffs, but I'll show off a win to make sure that people know that CAG is strong. Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka is truly one of my teams that I thought was like superhuman, but proved to be the exact opposite. Maybe it was my fault, right? Maybe it was the commentator's curse that hit him.
I think it's just a matter of like how strong all these teams are. Everything has been in contention up to this very point, up to this very day, besides Shinobism Gaming. We'll get to them a little bit later on, but you see how back and forth it is for a lot of these wins and losses when they fight each other in terms of like the teams and things like that. It's hard to even just say like these teams are weak or whatever, because they're not really. It's just a matter of other teams being a little bit better more consistently. And it hasn't been like that in the league for a long time. It feels like it's the first time in the league where I feel like everything has been in such tight contention at the very end. And I think for Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka, they're still going to play in a way that it'll help them for practice for later, not only showcasing how strong their team is, but also getting prepared for that CPT Japan that is coming up real soon. So this is good practice for them, match to match, and this is going to be something as competitors are still going to fight out. Maybe the results aren't going to be as strong. It's not going to be as powerful in terms of like, oh man, they're going to either get the win or loss or whatever. But the match will still be exciting because they're still going to be playing at their highest. Either way, Kazunoko, Moke, it's going to be Chun-Li versus Cammy. Characters that go toe-to-toe with each other. I think Cammy definitely has that walk speed, the spin knuckle to get through the fireballs, disallowing that approach that she'd like to have. But then again, one good call out, one good fake fireball or bad spacing, that swift thrust counter hit into corner carry into a nasty situation that Chun-Li can do.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fast match, as we talked about. I think both of these characters have found pretty decent success in the way that the meta shaped up because of the pacing of a lot of these plays. And, you know, Cammy, obviously, we talked about her versatility on the ground, but it's more so the threat above. I feel like that really deters a lot of counter poking. That type of strategy as well. Chun-Li, I feel like, does it in a different type of way, right? She does it with her own ground speed. Like, her walk speed is phenomenal, but also her distance on some of her normals, especially that handshake of death, right? The forward or back. The fact that the medium punch can be used forward or backwards to get the handshake and it's cancelable is really a rough shot for a lot of the players here too. You can see Kazunoko trying to tread the waters against Moke, but it's a low forward that opens. Both of these characters with very impressive low forwards. But now we get to see that pace being played. The drive rush forward, no contention from Moke.
Range, oh no, the whip punish. That stand heavy kick was out and about for a little bit too long. Jump fierce, double dashes in. Light punch, but not the counter hit addition. Side switch, yeah, use that back medium. to link into that target coming to get that side switch. Moke did say he was going to be beating up Kazunoko. There's that smack talk again. The dive kick coming through, though. As you mentioned, the aerial approach, very strong. Clipping these low-profiling limbs. Kazunoko finish this off, though. Jump in is there.
And the KO is there.
Finish.
Very confident play coming in from Kazunoko. I wonder what would have happened if he sent out Kazunoko first. Like, just to kind of set the pace, right?
I honestly think, yeah. Not to go back to too many things, but yeah, I think it would have been better for Finrich off the bench. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. Kazunoko still playing like he's in. Situation, break the knees, caught up in the corner. Kazunoko still has bar to exercise. And you know, to do a lot of things. The spin knuckle through if need be. OD especially for a little bit more of that quickness. Dive kick, addition. Empty low though, it's like a mix-up. These jump-ins are like a mix. Is it dive kick? Is it jump fierce? Is it jump heavy kick? Is it empty low? A lot of options you have to consider with this character.
So many. There are so many different ways to blow up somebody's defense, for sure, with this character. And Kazunoko, he's looking for every single way, every single time. Moke already trying to flex the parry in anticipation for something I do not know. Forward thrown out, Kazunoko gets to move on forward as well. Check with the roundhouse, but it's a low forward from Moke just as a deterrent. He's like, get off of me, man. Speaking of, the big counter poke from Kazu.
Has him in the corner. Strike though, hot and heavy from this character. I think she can counter poke with. It's right there. Surprised you can see like the throw in the DP, but still has him locked up in the corner until drive rush medium. After these fireballs, very confident with these fireballs, but again, the dive kick hits the punish counter. Great tech, throw does not connect. Okay, gonna go blow for blow. These trades are favoring Kazunoko, who has more health. He has the lead. Stand light kick, that's gonna be it.
Round 2. Fight.
Looking absolutely dominant, I feel like. Kazunoko playing at the pace that we didn't expect, I feel like. Plus frames after that, yeah, the hooligan into the scissors. We like the Tensho kicks here. Moke still on point with the anti-airs. At some point, you gotta let those bad boys fly when you see Cammy reach out. And I like that. Man, all of the crouching medium punch, that was actually mad far.
It was at the tip. He understands how difficult the slip thrust is to deal with. Found it with punch, but now it's caught up in the corner. Moke has that level 3. Could be seen level 2 for that pickup. Safe jump setup right after. Continue that pressure. Could be any of those things. Undeterred. He's got the bar to the bottom. Drive reversal. Put him up in the corner. Offensive style. Stay up in the corner. Wow. Reversal jab. Charge up. Level 3. Close to getting that big 3. Gonna kill that drive gauge. Burnout is bad against Cammy. Don't want to be here. Yeah, that's the reason why the spin knuckle flies. And Kazunoko 2-0 over Moke. Talking all that smack, you get smacked.
That's tough. I think that's how many times over thus far has Moke been a victim of his own smack talk. I feel like these last 4 or 5 weeks now, actually, since he started talking to Higuchi. As soon as he started talking to Higuchi, it hasn't been the same, right? In round 6, as like the middleman, he has not been the same. So that's a long time to get smacked up for talking. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Moke, he was looking mad good too. I will say this, like he was looking very, very confident. He's beaten Higuchi before, but so just kind of like talking about his record overall. He's got what, 4 out of 11, 4 out of 10, not 11, 4 out of 10, and that's a rough pill to swallow. Actually, no, 4 out of 11 technically, because he has played in the overtime spot before, right? But yeah, having to face off 5 weeks straight, talk the way that you're talking, and still not find the success to back it up, that's. Nobody's getting beat up here but you, fella. That's messed up. That feels bad.
Sorry, Moke. I mean, this dude's definitely a character. If y'all watch the stream, he is definitely a character. I didn't really expect him to be like that, but Street Fighter League makes you feel a bit different. Unfortunately, Kazunoko is going to take that victory over him. And again, we'd like to see Kazunoko go up first. And as soon as you said that, that's been on my mind this entire time. If he would have went up first, I think maybe history would have been shifted around either way. You see the lack of anti-airs. You know someone like Kazunoko, not even just like a candy player, but someone like Kazunoko is going to get aerial. You mentioned it. We've seen it happen. We've seen the success and reward that she gets off these anti-air, the aerial dive kicks and things like that, the punish counters that she's able to land. If you're not able to try to even attempt an anti-air or have those options, you're getting cooked, and that's kind of what really happened, I think, in this matchup. 10-10, it all comes out of this here for more points, better seeding for GyoGun, who they send up to get it done against Goichi. Last person, who are they going to send up? Mizuha, maybe?
It has to be, because Mizuha, he's been missing for these last couple of weeks, no? If I'm not mistaken. I think the last time, I'm going to check out my stats real quick. The last time, dang it, okay, get out of here. Sorry. Mizuha, the last time we seen him play was in week 7, where he beat Fudo. He had one of the best records we could ask for, actually. Mizuha, I think, is one of those, one of the candidates for MVP. Actually, maybe most improved player, really, because he had a flawless record in the first half, 100% record, 4-4. In this second segment, he's 5 out of 6. This guy is sick. Like, Mizuha he's one of those cats that have just figured it out with Cammy, and I love that. I really enjoy that for him.
He's super aggressive. I mean, he has this wild style. We see like these round starts, power arrows, and things like that. Sweep trip guard, whip punishes, or sweep trip guard, I should say. And a lot of like play that you don't expect from like a Cammy player that's really melded well with this game. You know, you mentioned that those good stats for him. For Goichi, not so successful. 3 out of 8 in terms of wins in games played so far. We'll have to see what happens. See if they played previously. So they have played in the first section. Moke actually fell to Goichi and his loop. That was in the first section. Second section, they have not played. Oh no, I lied. Actually, they did the first of 2. It was Chun-Li versus Chun-Li. No, wait, I'm sorry. That's a different. My bad. I read that completely wrong. Ignore that. They have not played the second section. Ignore that. Ignore that. I'm so sorry. I mixed them up.
It's too late. I stamped it. I wrote it in my reports.
Oh, you said it all over. Oh no, I'm getting that for that.
I said it all over the internet. It's too late.
They haven't played yet. Unfortunately, I have not played yet. Yeah. But today is definitely a big day here beside Mizuha. You said we haven't seen him in a while. You know, when he hasn't been sick, like watching him on the streams when he does grind it out, he's usually getting like really high, win streaks and things like that with this Cammy. He's done great at the premiere. He's fantastic. And Mizuha says, I have the chance to make my team standing higher. I'll do my best for them. Goichi says, if GyoGun gets this game, the stage is going to change, so I'll do my best to stop that. I like the energy.
That's the most they can do, right? That's like, yeah. You got to play spoiler to seeding, right? You got to take down the team that brought you down as well. But to be fair, it's mostly their fault. I will say this. But to be a little bit less harsh, this is another one of those matchups. Again, we talked about the pacing of it all. It's going to be Cammy versus Chun-Li just on the opposite ends, right? So, with Goichi, I think he's got a lot of great ideas of how and when to counterpoke. I think it's very sneaky that the way that he does it. We like to call that active defense a lot of the time. I think Ringe had coined the term active defense for other fighting games as well. But yeah, being able to keep your opponent weary by throwing out normals that would either be great for counterpoking, it would catch a counter hit, or even like deter an opponent from even moving on in there, right? Is a phenomenal trait to have, but it's also very difficult to acquire it.
And be consistent with it too as well, right? Like, especially when you have someone aggressive like Mizuha, who is going to throw a lot of different looks at you. That wall is going to have to be iron-proof. Oh no, he caught from the corner. The tech though, the air throw. There we go. There's that active defense. He finds his way outside that corner, and is checking and challenging that area approach, which he didn't see previously. Which he has it. The anti-airs. They're on point with the Tensho kicks.
Oh, that counter hit could have been everything for Mizuha to start things off. The air throw is there. I love the defense of Goichi. Completely stuffing out the dive kick. Not this time, actually. Level 1, worth every penny. Mizuha not afraid to spend it on the first day. Now Goichi that last interaction, he tried to maybe jump out of the way or maybe air throw again at the last second against the dive kick, but he got clipped on the way out. It wasn't a counter hit, he just got hit raw.
Okay, so now adding that in on the wake-up situation, you have to worry about that. You go from the dash and throws, leads into so much on punish counter. Pick up with the level 2, jump fierce, of course, backs off. Oh, he made Mizuwa put himself in burnout, so he went for that preemptive parry. But still, Mizuwa undeterred. Gets the Oki and the back throw. Hooligan stuff and stop with the jab. Counter hit, the pickup again. Jump fierce. Holds the throw. Yeah, you can't do too much else here. You don't have really the bar to work with. You have C at the bottom, but I'm going to see you up in the air and take you down. GyoIchi's air throw now, with more aggression behind it, has been a little bit better for him in this match off, just in general. More damage is definitely necessary right here.
What a reaction against the Hooligan. All off of 3 jabs. Decent amount of damage, but it's the corner carry that's, I think, is so important with Chun-Li. Like, Chun-Li has a really great corner carry, one with decent damage. Cammy, on the other hand, her damage is great, but it also leads to Oki more often than not, I feel like. Right here, boom. And the corner carry, really, really good. Both of these characters, very, very aggressive so far.
We'll get something stop. Meaty stand, medium punch. We throw on bows. That's at level 3 for the victory. Yeah, he's going to pop that off. The jump, fierce. GyoIchi getting a lot more active. Understand that he needs to be able to land more damage off all of these sequences if he wants to get that W. He's not dead yet, but damn near. Raw spiral arrow. Finds a shimmy. Punish counter throw for some extra damage. Tick throw again. It's adding up with that bar coming back here from GyoIchi. Dive kick. Oh man, if that was punish counter, it almost could have been it.
This is to tie, really.
No shot.
A single hit from both. Mizuha closer to death. He can't even afford getting touched by a light, but it's the throw that ends up doing it. GyoIchi sends him on his path downward. The first game with a strike throw guessing scenario.
Again, GyoIchi, fantastic defense. If you would have got blown up with that dive kick, that would have been it. On, you know, as a dash up against the throw, but dive kick again, he's not getting blown up at all. He makes him hold that back throw, puts him up in the corner. Mizuwa not able to utilize that bar in the right sort of way. Stomp play, jump fierce, meaty fireball, hold this throw, bro. Air throw again! It's still no bill, you cannot leave! Brother, are you kidding me? GyoIchi!
Can't even imagine. Send him GyoIchi first next time, man. Send GyoIchi up first, send Dogura to like the anchor spot so he can play more games. But it's neither here nor there the way I'm making these statements. But I'll tell you what, Mizuha, he's got to make it for his team, right? He's got to make sure that his team walks away with at least 20 points or higher to switch up into 3rd place. Yeah, it's going to be meaty enough to force the block. Gets the knockdown as well from another spiral arrow. The throw is there, but I love the evasiveness of the throw from GyoIchi on the other side. That's a cross up. Mizuha wasn't ready.
So thrust again, trying to find an opening. Waits a little bit, almost got that counter hit. There's the crouching medium kick though. Drive rush. BP. Actually, no, never mind. The super is more than fine to find the finish. And Mizuha stemming off that pressure for a little bit longer, but we've seen these round 3 situations here from GyoIchi as he brings it back a little more aggressively, adding more and more pressure on while still keeping that defense strong. Overhead land. He's opening him up, bro. Jump fierce into level 3 immediately. Get your bar back in the green, put him on the back foot.
Bang! Look at the damage on that bad boy. I was gonna say he might be working on another perfect up until that point where Mizuha decided to drive rush forward and check with some of the jabs to see if GyoIchi was ready for it. The interruption was there. He's done more with it. I love that too. The delay on the crossing medium punch. Yo, GyoIchi, 2 games straight taking a quick swig of that water, and now it's gonna be Mizuha on his last leg for Team GyoGun. Despite them already making it into playoffs, they needed as many points as possible for that favorable positioning, favorable seeding. GyoIchi off on the onslaught again. Already in the corner, Mizuha's crying for help. He's drowning. He was the Prince of Rapids, but now he's falling under.
Okay, fish drown. We're seeing it right now. GyoIchi has him caught up in the corner. Welcome back though. But again, that iron defense, how do you break through? You have him in the corner, but it may not even matter. Mizuha now a few more throws, layering on the offense. Waiting for a little bit. The tech throw does not connect this time. The air throw is fine. Goichi with the drive rush back though. One more hit will seal it. And jabbing. He knows it's one hit. He'll take a trade. He will take anything at this point. And there's the counter hit that do it. Goichi on set point about the 3-0 and deny these points the side of GyoGun.
Mizuha is looking for so many counter-poking openings. There's so many frame traps that have been just coming out from those drive rushes as well. Goichi, he's just not biting, and just like that, he thought he had a moment to buffer the normal from further out, but no, he was way too close for comfort. Goichi not ready for the spin knuckle as well. He's backing off as soon as he sees those lights. He does not want to be caught up in the lights. The Tencho is still there as well. Handshake, and that's going to be death as well. Man, Goichi is the complete package. I'm telling you, this guy is... He's unstoppable, I feel like, on defense.
And active defense, as he pointed out. Getting aggressive when need be, adding up to the damage that he needed, and really understanding things like at the very end. We saw those jabs continuously. It's like, I'll take that trade. That will be favorable for me to get my W, because all it takes is one hit. I have the help for that transaction. Goichi, the iron wall that will not fall, takes it 30-10 for his team. Hey, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to move on. They needed 40. And, of course, we got to wonder if he would have went up earlier or things would have been shifted around a little bit and he would have been able to seal the deal. Maybe things could have went a little bit different, but not a bad last showing for the side of Goichi out of Street Fighter League.
Not bad at all, I feel like, for Cyclops, right? Like, if you look at the overall score from the other teammates, like, Dogra obviously fell short 0-2, but Kazunoko got 2-0, Goichi got 3 straight. Like, what could have happened if you put up maybe Fenrich, or even if you just change the order, right? There's so many different, like, implications now of what could have been. It's so tough. It's so tough to even, like, consider now.
That's so sad. It's so difficult, but I will say the way that Goichi is playing, just hyper-focusing on him. I was able to find those anti-airs continuously, which we didn't even see previously in the previous match where things would flip a little bit. Is how you should be able to play. It is hard. It is very difficult. It's not always going to work out. Eventually, she's going to land a dive kick, punish counter into Oki. It's going to happen. Eventually, she's going to land an empty low or jump fierce, but you have to have some sort of rebuttal, some sort of anti-airs. I feel like when we see the stats, it's definitely going to be in a passing sort of grade for Goichi. More than just passing. I think it might be B+ minimum from his side of things.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, we're having a farewell conversation with our boys, Cyclops. I'd imagine like Fenrich would have loved to participate even further, considering he is of a different game. It's been very enlightening to see some of the other players like pick up this game as well. But also really unfortunate that we didn't get to see him like highlight his strengths and his improvements overall like towards the end of the season.
You know, Fenrich, shouts to him. You know, we've seen him do well at the regional finals too as well. I mean, getting to the regional finals definitely takes quite a bit. There are a lot of players that didn't get there. And so for him to get up there, definitely showed his strengths outside. Just wasn't able to, as you said, in the league. But again, league just is such a difficult thing. And move over to Dogra, who started off very strong, but I feel like just didn't get that update for DJ in terms of how to play him in these later sorts of seasons, in terms of how to play him aggressive and active, like you see from like the likes of Fudo and Yamaguchi. I think maybe if he wasn't a first to 3, maybe things would have been a little bit different. Maybe not, depending on. Maybe he would have been able to warm up and understand. I got to get a little bit quicker. Have to have better anti-airs. Maybe they would have came through. Woulda, coulda, shoulda with all that. But Dogra was definitely a big threat in terms of Street Fighter League, just in general, early days, but just wasn't able to grasp what he needs to do. Hopefully we'll see him do some work out at the CPT finale. Or the CPT qualifier, I should say, for Japan.
Yeah, that's happening, what, this weekend? Oh, boy. I just realized I gotta stay on Japan time for the rest of the week. Again. But, Fenrich, we actually got his interview in. Just a couple of words. Again, they're going back and forth between like Dogura and the rest of the team and Fenrich as well. So I'm actually gonna let that pan out in just a little bit before we even actually talk about the translations. But obviously Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka, not the best record that they could hope for. But there's still hopes for them to make it into Capcom Cup. It would be very weird like to see some of these cats, because I get to talk to them on a pretty frequent basis, at least on their streams and stuff. Like Oichi had high hopes of making it into Capcom Cup, and now he's just looking forward to the qualifier. They even wanted to make it just via Street Fighter League because they had so much fun the last time. That's where I got to talk to Dogura a lot, like very much so a lot. In person and kind of just like pick his brain about certain things with like Bison from the previous game. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting like CPT ender, right? It's gonna be a very interesting one qualifier, but also a very interesting Capcom Cup, all things considered, because we already have our World Warrior determined with Fudo. We already have 600 players, by the way. Just about 600 players for their online qualifier coming up this weekend, right? So that's gonna be absolutely insane. As Goichi fades away into the background, my man just disappeared. I don't know where he went.
Come back, Goichi, come back. So, the rest of the interviews here with Kazunoko. And I also want to layer on a little bit more on the fact that we don't have that many more spots. They do have the last year's qualifiers, so maybe they'll come through for that. Hopefully they'll stay, even if they don't make that victory. Hopefully they stick around and stay and enjoy the festivities. I'd love to talk to them too as well. All these players, actually, no matter where they come from, regional-wise, it was a really good point to, really get more information about the game, really understand more about, what each region thinks about, characters, tier lists, and things like that, strategies. Now Fenrich, before he said it was a difficult game, but Dogura was doing the most important role. It wasn't the result that we wanted, but it was a great game, so he still keeps his head held up high. Maybe not the result that they wanted, but still, they're proud of themselves and what they've accomplished up to this point. Dogura said he was nervous, and he wanted to apologize to every fan that was cheering for him. He would like to enhance more and win next year. I still like him to have that energy in terms of trying to get that win outside of Street Fighter League. Hopefully he gets that energy for this week, and not only that, the LCQ if need be, because I always love watching him play. I feel like we talked about this previously. He has like that psychic ability, like Jin, who looks up to him as well. Like they just know what you're gonna do before you do it, and they're able to capitalize. Just doesn't understand how to use the character well enough to bring the most out.
Yeah, we also got a couple of words from Kazunoko. That is just coming in right now. I'm sure Goichi would have a lot to say as well as a very emotional player. But it's back to Fenrich. Kazunoko, his translation is coming in, so I'm going to wait till that kind of finishes out before we even get into it. But yeah, man, how cool would it have been to see Kazunoko back into like Capcom Cup, right? Because of his performance from like the very first one as well. He was within top 8. Got eliminated by Ricky Ortiz in the very first season of Street Fighter 5. How wild would it have been to see him again, like see history repeat itself and see Kazunoko back into the realm of like Capcom Cup scene. But, obviously the hopes are not over yet. I think this last online qualifier just might be it. It's tough to call, but Kazunoko, I think his translation is done. I lost to Moke in World Warrior, so I looked back at the game and tested what was best for him. So it was great that I won. So I like that. He did all the prep work that he needed to against Moke. Really smart player that learns to adapt to anything, really. And he said his sentiments for the team. He's like, I'd like to do another league with this team. And I think he gelled well. I mean, these are his friends, right? Like, if you know any history of, like, some of the Japanese players, like these guys go to like different game events and they do like the goofiest stuff. They really do, and it's so funny. Like I still have to find that gif of Dogura and Kazunoko doing this thing, this weird dance right before Daigo shows up and looks at both of them, and it's actually really funny. So yeah, these guys are like really good friends, like on a personal level. So it just makes sense that he would gel well with the team.
Especially with them also playing each other in other games too as well. Like understand their habits and tendencies and things like that coming together. I'd love to see them come back again. I'd love to see Cyclops Athlete Gaming come back with the same team and come back in full force. I feel like first jump into this sort of thing, which is difficult because it's a team-based thing that we have as a continuous thing. Oh man, Goichi hitting the tears. Looks like it's very difficult for him to speak. We're gonna rest the translation here in a second, but man, you see the passion though. You can see how much it means to them if they would have made it through. And there was a lot of work, and honestly, they weren't that far off. They really weren't that far off from making it in. You know, at this point, only needing the final day to have a 40 bomb actually is way more contention than other teams were previously. So they should be proud of what they've accomplished. Maybe not making it into what they want, but they should be proud of being in this top spot, this final 16, where even Good 8 Squad, the winners of last season, didn't even make it in.
Very, very emotional type of player Goichi is, and obviously he's got a lot to talk about when it comes to like his preparation for the games and whatnot. Man, even Aru and Hamiko are feeling it too. It's hard not to feel heartfelt for it, but obviously Goichi had shared his sentiments of being with the team and also like his matchup knowledge too. But talking about the matchup itself, he knew that Mizuha would come through, and he absolutely prepared for it. It was a dominant 3-0, so he obviously said it wasn't a difficult game. And then this is where the tears came in for him. He said, throughout the league, we had good times and bad times, but it was great that we fought with the 4 of us, so thank you for cheering us on. I'm sure that it's not going to be the last we see of Goichi, so long as maybe things might change in the future for like the CPT in terms of like rewarding, or sorry, putting in more like offline majors or whatever for some of these players to kind of travel to. But again, it's such a treat to see Goichi come back to Street Fighter. Right? I feel like he took a little bit of a break towards the end of 5, like the final season of 5. We didn't get to see him as much because he was focusing on other games. So it's good to see like talent like that come back into the realm of Street Fighter.
With such full force too as well. Like feels like he hadn't even dropped the beat, to be honest. So you know, big ups to them. Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka, I'd love to see them come back in any form. And this is one of the great things about Street Fighter League is that team-based factor. You have your teammates riding for you. You have people you can lean on in bad times or even good times, you know, cheering for you. And making sure that you're okay, bounce off ideas. And even outside the game, you see them talking to each other. They're on Discord and things like that. So that deeper level of these team-based sort of events is why I love Street Fighter League just in general. Why I think a lot of people really, you know, attached to this. And we are getting an interview from GyoGun. Macho had said it's such a long league. We can't be too happy about this win. They did only walk away with 10 points. We have the playoffs coming up. We're pretty close to the playoff line. They're possibly talking about the fact that they were pretty close to being eliminated. So being on that edge is probably not feeling or sitting so safe with them in general. So they're gonna have to pick themselves up and really get ready for that finale. Really get ready for that playoffs that are coming up. And he said we'll do our best for the grand finals. I can't wait to see what they're gonna bring to the table. You know, Mizuha will have to adjust his game plan when people study him and how he wants to play. Mago, I want to see him get in form even more so. Get even more down and gritty. Machubo, I feel like he's finally gotten there with the Ken the way that he wants to play. He's gotten better and better as we've seen him progress with the Ken. So I really think it's a matter of just solidifying these game plans and being more confident for this team overall.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh, he actually said something towards Dogura, I think. I might have misheard it, but I think he said Dogura-san perhaps in regards to like their matchup together, because obviously they're all homies, right? But yeah, I think, you know, they've got a lot to sharpen up with, especially with this beatdown, right? They may have crushed the contention or the playoff spot for the Cyclops team, but this is not the record you want going into the playoffs, right? Being deflated like 2 games, right? Like having Moke and Mizuha, as strong as they have become, still fall significantly short in their matchups against someone who's already not made it into the playoffs. So, but Mago, we have his translation coming in through as well. And he said the same thing that most of us were thinking about. Like, they were obviously scared that it could have been a 40-0. But he was very relieved that they're able to proceed. And then I think that's where he apologizes, so to speak, apologizes to Dogura and wishes him the best.
All to see Mago get real like that. You know, he can. He's definitely he's a cat that has the theatrics, but when it comes to like showcasing his real feelings, we've seen that throughout the years, and you know, that's really great for him to, you know, show that love right back to his other competitors. They are, you know, most of them are friends. They still are competitors. They understand, but at the end of the day, they are homies that play each other more often than not. Mago, you know, say he's relieved to proceed though. With that being said, as you pointed out, you don't want to leave like this, where you leave on a loss, and the last team that's in takes a swing at you so big that you have to really reassess yourself. Makes you think that you're not ready. Makes you think that you're not prepared, and maybe they are. You know, so we'll see what happens. You know, in the next 2 weeks, they have time to grind. Mizuha getting some words in, and I can't wait to see how Mizuha, you know, flips his I want to see his game plan. We see the aggression. I just want to see more of that solidity when it comes to, if I can't bulldog my way in, how do I work my way in on the ground? You know, Moke said they were losing a lot in the second stage and wasn't in the best condition, but he'll prepare for the playoffs so he doesn't have to lose anymore. So instead of the jokes, it's more about that serious business from him. He said he'll just knuckle down and never lose again.
I mean, one could hope, right? That's always going to be the intention. That's always going to be the game plan. But everybody has a game plan until they get hit in the face, right? The good old Mike Tyson. We'll see whether or not they have it in them to stay consistent and figure out what needs to be done. Like, they need to figure out what went well for them, what people did to counter that type of success and that type of playstyle, and then rebuild, right? I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, but that's just like the gist of it, right? They got to figure out like what needs to be done from like breaking it down to the fundamentals of it all. But very excited to see him. That's Team GyoGun. We still have the rest of their translation to say. But obviously Moke, he's got a lot to prepare for. Mizuha also said the same. He said, I was sick for a lot of the episodes in the second phase. I'm sorry I couldn't be playing for a lot of the games, but still happy we were able to win. It's not bad considering how many games he's missed and how many times he's taken points for himself, right? That's actually like, it's not too bad. Don't really need to apologize for that one. I think he did a fantastic job regardless.
Yeah, a lot of wins came from him in the first stage and second stage. Did really well too as well. We're going to take a look one last time at Goichi stats. 10 out of 11 against the jumping. Cammy with the dive kicks, the jump fierce and things like that. 10 out of 11. That is fantastic. If you want to learn how to anti-air as Chun-Li against Cammy, you know, watch this back because it was fantastic with the side of Goichi. We locked it down with that iron wall approach. He teched a lot of throws, a lot more than I really thought. You know, 6 out of 13 techs connected. And then he did get that drive impact. 2 out of 3 DPs. So overall, pretty good stats across the board. A really good shot on those anti-airs. I again have to point out because that's a big access point for her, and that gets a lot of Oki damage access just in general, and where, you know, a lot of Cammy players would love to live. We saw that stuffed out continuously, whether it be hooligans, dive kick, doesn't matter what happened. 30 to 10, not how they wanted to leave. They wanted to get to the playoffs, but a pretty damn good way to go out swinging.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, I would have loved to see them continue on as, you know, easily one of my favorite teams to watch, easily one of my favorite players to watch in the scene. And it's been a really nice inclusion of Fenrich actually being reintroduced to Fenrich in a different fighting game is always a good time, because I obviously know of his accolades in different games and whatnot, and not being able to enjoy it as much, I feel like it's kind of criminal. But now that he's in the realm of Street Fighter, it's like, all right, I have no excuses. I'm a big fan. I'm glad he's acclimated well to the mean streets of Street Fighter 6. With that in mind, it's GyoGun. Moving on, they still have their spot in 4th. Not a lot of shakeups to be had. The one thing you can do is shake up your apparel with the things that are offered here. The QR code down below on the bottom right. You can check out the merch store for Capcom for some of the really, really cool stuff, especially these skate decks. I don't know if you guys skate or not. If you do, please don't do it to these ones because these are so sick. I'm totally kidding. If you want to make it a skateboard, totally fine. But these are so cool to hang up on your wall. I guarantee it. It looks phenomenal the way that it is, and I love it. And honestly, I always kind of like, you know, look it up, but I genuinely actually want to support because of how cool it is and all the art that goes into it. So I'm super down to scan the QR code myself.
Yeah, I'm about to pick up that, and I've actually picked up some shirts recently. Y'all can do so too. 20% off right now. Go below wherever streaming platform you're watching on. Hit that. Hit that 20% off with the extra Black Friday deal going on. The sick artwork that you see at the top, and honestly, this artwork has been fantastic and shows support and love for Street Fighter League, giving you some great action, Street Fighter 6 style. We've also seen, I think we might actually get the other one. Oh, we won't actually. I lied to you. We are going to get is the playoffs in a couple of weeks. In a few weeks, we talked about this. What we're playing for right now, 16th, 17th, are the playoffs, working our way towards the grand finals. Then, of course, we'll see who will be solidified as the top team in Japan to move on to fight the US and EU, which are hot right now. Absolutely hot. There's been a lot of fantastic matches, a lot of blow-ups I've seen. A lot of people I've seen get taken down that I did not expect in both leagues. You'll need to catch those if you haven't. Catch the VODs. A lot of action going on alongside the World Warriors finishing up, alongside all the CPT premieres online have been finishing up. And I know that you have maybe missed the things that are not premieres, that are massive great tournaments like UFA that just happened recently, that a very sick grand final set with Amy Walker and Mr. Crimson. Go back and catch all that.
Yeah, that was actually insane. A lot of the French representation really threw it down against everybody, and I actually want to check it out again when I have the time to do so, because it was actually kind of nuts the way that it went down. But one thing is for certain, you got to make sure to reserve your spot and clear out your calendars for January 13th as the grand finals. That's where it's going to be at for Street Fighter League Japan. Obviously, we talked about the playoffs, the 16th and the 17th coming up real soon. It's already going to be December. Can you believe it? We were anticipating the launch of Street Fighter 6 so eagerly. As soon as it was released, the time just came and went. I blinked, I woke up, and it was the end of November. I can't believe it. I truly cannot. But that's something you don't want to miss, right? Make sure to mark your calendars for that. December 16th and December 17th as well. Everything that's going on after that, obviously we have the CPT coming up this weekend, December 2nd, I believe. If you are in the States, the only time I have for you, it should be around midnight Pacific time. As for your regular time, you're going to have to look for that yourself, but 8 p.m. I feel like for Japan. Maybe.
That's fine.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Hey, when it comes to translations in terms of the time, it's super difficult. So just lock in. Make sure you're following, obviously, Capcom Fighters on Twitch and YouTube. See those times. I know that YouTube always has those times at the bottom. And listen, people, it's almost time for our next match. FAB Gaming going up against Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. FAB automatically goes to the grand finals if they get 20 points. Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto needs to earn 30 points or more for a chance at that second place spot. You do not want to miss this action that is coming up after this break. Go get some snacks. Come right back, because we return even more Street Fighter League Japan 2023 coming your way. Hit the likes, hit the subs, do all that good stuff. Show support, show love to all the Capcom Fighter channels. And we will see you super soon.
さあこの後マッチ2が始まりますが、ストリートファイターリーグを盛り上げていくために視聴者の皆様ご協力のほどお願いいたします。YouTube のシステム上、皆様の高評価数やチャットメッセージ数は番組拡散に大きな力になります。ぜひ積極的に高評価ボタンを押していただいたり、チャットでたくさんのメッセージ送ってみてください。メッセージもね、すごいたくさんいただいておりますが、
ありがたい。
引き続き、応援コメントなんかもね、よろしくお願いいたします。さあ、ただいまハッシュタグ SF リーグトレンド10位、そしてその他選手名等もトレンド入りしまくっているということだそうです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。お知らせは以上となります。カプコン e スポーツ公式 SNS ではリーグの最新情報をお届けしております。ハッシュタグ SF リーグをつけてチームや選手たちに試合の感想や応援コメントをつぶやいてください。番組の中でご紹介させていただきますので、どしどしお願いいたします。この後は試合準備のため休憩に入らせていただきます。20時17分から第10節マッチ2ファブゲーミング対最瞬間ソル熊本の模様をお届けしてまいります。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
つでもいけるぜ。いいぜ、付き合ってやる。いい風にしてる。ねえミーゼ、
ご覧なさい。私のステージはアンドゥワン忍者スター参上。新流で
血が騒ぐね。味見しちゃおうかな。
戦いの時が来たな。こっち来てー。
始めましょうか。休まれてはいかがです。楽しんでください。
私の出番だね。任務を遂行する。やる気はあるのか。
よし、行こう。動きが悪いぞ。拳でいいよ、この筋肉も。物足りんな。俺はどうだ。俺強いぞ。ヨーガの導きのまま。どうした。
クンフーの力を見せるわよ。
キープつけてやるわ。ぶつかってこんかい。この守りを崩せるか。ルルズアン。お、任せな。どうだ。来いよ。
And we are back with even more Street Fighter League action on the official restreams. It's time for FAB Gaming going up against Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. We're in the fisticuffs. Real quick introductions. My name is Cola. I'm joined with Vicious. We've already sent Cyclops Athlete Gaming to the stands like some fans, and we're about to see how things throw down with FAB, if they keep their top spot or if they'll walk away in second place, possibly, depending on what happens a little bit later on. Vicious, what do you think about this upcoming matchup, bro?
It's going to be action-packed for sure. It's going to be a heavy slugging matchup. FAB Gaming and Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, right? You have the heaviest top dogs with FAB. You have the guys that have been doing nothing but swinging upward with Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto and have successfully done so, right? I think it's going to be a really interesting position, right? They have it on the lower third for the Japanese broadcast. They need 30 points to make it into second place, or at least a chance to, all things pending with DetonatioN FocusMe, right? But if they get 30 points, it really puts the pressure on DetonatioN overall. At the same time, FAV, if they manage to get 20 points to their name, they automatically qualify into Grand Finals. So let's see if they have what it takes to maintain their position. As we start off with FAV Gaming, Judge, Jury, and Executioner, it is Papa Bonchan. We'll say that each and every time because the facts do not change. This man is great when it comes to Street Fighter, as well as one of the geniuses of fighting games, Tokido, the FG Scout. When he's got the eyes on you, man, you got everything to lose. It's the eyes of desperation coming in from Ryusei. And I hope this man has made a full recovery. It's the strongest spear, Sakonoko. I think he might be in good health because I definitely seen him on some DDR not too long ago on some social media. You know, he also had the FAV jersey on, so I think it might have been, I think he's fine. He's back, he's in good health, it looks like. You love to see it.
Let's see if they can shine against the team that is Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. Coming up first is going to be the Daredevil on ice, and he ain't so nice when it comes to Ken. He's on fire. It is Kabe. Then after that is going to be the Prodigy, the Young, the Golden, Higuchi on that nasty Guile. After that is going to be the Little Devil, the youngest devil in the business, but the most dangerous, always born for battle, Shuto. Last but definitely not least is going to be the Brute King leading the team with that JP. It is Nemo. Nasty team right here. Was in that second place spot for a long time. Have to fight their way up, as you mentioned. Need 30 points a day, but historically have not gotten a victory on FAB Gaming just yet.
Right. And that's a tough call. That really is a tough call to even try to contest against a team that has just been so dominant throughout every part of the league, really. So I'm kind of curious what the order is going to be. It should be Ryusei, Tokido, and Bonchan. Ooh, so I don't want to send out Guile. I might want to send out Marisa for Shuto. And then maybe have Kabe run back with Tokido. And then, okay, so my order would be Shuto, Kabe, Higuchi in that order for Sol.
I agree with that order. My only fear is, like, despite matchup-wise, I like Shuto being in the anchor position, just overall, because I feel like that's where he shines. But I think on paper, in terms of getting that W immediately, I think Shuto definitely has it out for every JP player. We saw what he said previously. If he had lost that JP, he would have been done fighting JPs. But we've seen how dominant he is in that matchup. The toe tap, interrupting the departure, stuffing that on trade or even on hit, stopping that neutral. But it's going to be Kabe instead. I think this isn't the worst decision. I don't think that Ken obviously beats JP like cleanly. You know, Angry Bird obviously thinks that too. But I think there's a lot of things that Ken can do in that matchup to make a lot of JP players feel uncomfortable. Close range OD fireballs, normal fireball pressure, that's really good. If a Dragon Lash does get through against a Ghost, a bad Ghost, they'll put you through the most. That's plus frames. And if it's on hit and you're ducking, you're dropping. You're eating a lot of damage and corner carry. And also, this character, speaking about corner carry, gets some of the best in the business. And corner pressure is fantastic too. OD Fireball, good against calling out OD Amnesia. When it goes toe-to-toe for those normals, maybe not the best in the business, but Ken's one of those characters that even if he loses a matchup he still has the ability to hit that win condition at any point, right? Corner carry and put you through the paces in the corner.
Yeah, what's funny is I don't know who gets their win condition more often in a match between JP and Ken, right? Like JP has so many instances where you can actually land fat hits and also push you back full screen, get these chip scenarios from full screen. It's been happening so many times over, and being able to connect your level 3 from full screen is also really, really important. Then you have Ken, who can essentially close the gap in a millisecond, who could bring you to the corner in just about the same time as well, who has a bunch of Jinrai mixes that you'd have to go through, where one false swipe will lead you into like a counter hit into another scenario like that. So there's a lot that's been developed for the Ken versus JP matchup specifically, right? We've seen a lot of the Ken players utilize meaty fireball against a lot of JPs. It's been really, really fun to see. To see that type of lockdown. Obviously, we're not experiencing it, so obviously it's going to be fun to see. But all jokes aside, I think the way that the offensive meta has developed for Ken in this particular matchup is something that Kabe has done more than taken note of. And if you're looking at the World Warrior results, Kabe is definitely up there as well in regards to his performance on a general basis. So I'm more inclined to think that maybe Kabe might have it out for Ryusei.
I think so too. I know Kabe for him being a tech guy. If you watch his streams, he will go through damn near every single interaction and find the most optimal punish. I remember watching Angry Bird and him getting a ping about how to deal with Manon Super, find like jump medium Oditatsu and to run cancel into some saucy stuff so he maximizes the punish in something that even Angry Bird, I don't think he even knew. So he's definitely a grinder when it comes to tech. He's reached those top spots in terms of being at the regional finals. He didn't make it in terms of winning, but I mean, to be there takes a lot of work. Maybe not having the best results out here so far. He's only gotten one win out of the 4 games he has played against Dobro recently. But I think that win in the regional finals has emboldened him to be better. You say though, still, he has gotten better and better. First season, 2 out of 6. This season, 5 out of 7. And his all-rounder sort of gameplay will make it a little bit more difficult for Kabe to kind of lock in. I feel like if you're fighting a more projectile-friendly sort of JP, you might be having a better time because you have a read on one of the fireballs, you'll get in with a Dragon Lash, you'll begin your pressure. But if it's someone that's more all-rounder, using the normals that stand fierce to kill your gauge or find confirms, and using crouching mini kick, they're drive rushing in and getting aggressive alongside you, it may be more difficult.
Yeah, and we're going to see what that difficulty level is between these two players, right? We talked about Kabe and Ryusei. You know, Kabe, his record, not necessarily the best in terms of him starting out, but I think he's slowly starting to acclimate himself to the league, right? He was currently on a 1 out of 4 record. He lost the first 3 games that he was a part of. He was mostly in the vanguard position, right? He was the one that kind of kicked things off majority of the time. His only win so far was against Dogura, which is still pretty important. Despite, you know, we talked about Dogura's record. I think despite all that, Kabe still being able to get a W and continuously like stop the confidence is pretty important. But then you look at the other side, 5 out of 7 for Ryusei. This guy's got it all. We'll see if he can add another one to his belt against Kabe. Here we go, game 1.
Yeah, close range. We're on that medium punch, stand fierce range. We'll throw out fireballs. We even exercise the threat of sending out that Dragon Lash. Finds a jump like kick, he gets in. Hands tossing for the maximum amount of corner carry and Oki. 3 throws. Give me another one. One more. Oh, he tried it, but denied it. Oh, the amnesia. It's a pop up to stand fierce.
Immediately checking the drive gauge, the drive rush. Yeah, that I don't know about that OD departure, right? There's so much recovery on that, and it's not too difficult to react to as well. I love Kabe being attentive to all options, but that one, importantly, that is a big get-out-of-jail-free card if you're going to be stuck in the corner at any moment.
Absolutely. Kabe looking very prepared. He said he's been dreaming about this matchup for months. It's looking like a nightmare so far here for Ryusei. Change of the pace. Sweep off the feed. The raw stuff. Again, Amnesia is out and about. Locking him down. Makes him hold the throw. Push to the corner. Getting nastier and nastier. Level 2 is at the bottom, but crouching medium kick. Side switch, of course. That's why Ken is never out of it. All it takes to confirm. Drive rush. A little bit of a prayer. Get that side switch. And put them back on the back foot. Drive rush. Stand fierce. Cut to the ghost. Ghostbuster. That is Kabe. Jump like kick. deep enough for extension though.
Buffering away. He's trying to tantalize the movement against Ryusei, right? Trying to see if he would like fall into the bait. He's hovering at the edge of one of his normals. I'm assuming maybe like the medium punch normal or even like the fierce normal, and then immediately backing out. That's been the go-to so far in terms of the reads on the movement. He waits
nothing
deliberately. Kabe not even trying to put himself in a situation where an OD could come out against JP.
Worried about this man's wake up. It makes sense. You've seen the amnesia, what it can lead to. OD departures out and about. Kabe backing off, nice and calm. The burnout, however, level 2, teleports in, trying to find an open. He does off the little forward heavy kick. 8 seconds on the clock. He's about to drop the level 1. Closer and closer. What's the wake up decision to stand fierce? He backs off in the medium punch to stop him from coming in to get the win. Well, hey, that's expensive though. Level 3 on the side of Kabe.
Oh, he wasn't able to punish in time. There were 2 big openers that Kabe wasn't ready for, right? The OD departure in front of him wasn't ready. He could have punished it. But then afterwards, the OD departure, sorry, the OD amnesia in front of him afterwards again? That's really unfortunate. This has got to be Ryusei's game, right? Double departure, block 1.
Sweep, gets the knockdown. The side switch, but still, back in the corner you go. Man's about to make him pay rent. The gas that goes from the most up in the corner. Again, you're blocking. You might be dropping the defense again here. Kabe's in burnout. Text a throw. Oh no, but we know it's almost over.
Oh my.
Hold on now. CA, let me see some DNA. Converts off the toe tap counter hit.
What? The run into the toe tap was actually mad good for the punish counter as well. Oh, no longer in burnout, but not a lot of life to spare. Can't really drive impact. Oh, that's huge.
But don't gas, he baits out the normal amnesia and finds a punish.
So
man, Kabe.
That was actually bad smart. The reason why he did that, right? More often than not, there's a checkmate scenario with some characters where they have 0 bar and they're in burnout. If you do a normal into a drive impact, that would equal a wall splat. Not for JP. JP still has access to amnesia, able to absorb any damage with armor and utilize that for a punish. So Kabe was already thinking 2 steps ahead. Really, really smart, taking that into consideration.
You really don't see a lot of people thinking about the normal amnesia, and a lot of people don't even utilize that. Good call. Good point. Trying to kill that drive gauge as much as possible, but not trying to get drive rush stand fears. You've seen that. Again, hovering on that range, the perfect parry is there. Back to full screen you go. So the maze of miasma. Killing that drive gauge. Careful now, that could be whip punish. A lot of recovery on that down forward heavy punch.
Man, not the moment he was looking for. Obviously, in burnout, Kabe a lot more susceptible to in his block strings.
Kabe playing decisive patient, but this time does not have the lead. So you say that forces the issue. No level 2 just yet. Doesn't really need to, I don't think. He's just fine right now. Has a fat lead. Finds a whip push against the raw sweep. And fat lead, corner push, burnout. Doesn't even need to go for the kill here, but he will hit that level 1.
So much damage, dude. So much carry as well. OD departure, didn't make anything of it. Kabe started things off pretty strong, at least with that forward throw, getting a good amount of that gauge away from Ryusei. Ryusei swinging back with the cane. Oh boy.
Get your bar back. Put in the green and put him in the corner. Close to it at least for green. Doesn't overextend just yet. Waiting to see what's going to happen. Drive rush in. And at that right range to do so. You see him walking up, not full screen. A few steps ahead. Oh, he's dead. The jump in follow up. Kabe knows where to stand, knows how to make Ryusei uncomfortable. And now he's the one on set point. Waiting for the option, waiting for parry. Amnesia. As long as you can lock him in the corner, that's all that matters right now.
Two lows, then the overhead. Ryusei's making it very difficult to contest. As soon as he gets the opener, though, that's what he was looking for. The level 3. Coming in hot. Look at the damage as well.
Like that sequencing here from Ryusei, killing the drive gauge as much as possible on block. We haven't seen a lot of parries, or perfect parries, or even normal parry attempts here from Kabe. He puts himself in burnout. Avoids a drive impact. Run DP.
Jesus.
Still do this.
Oh, there's a pointer right in front of him as well. So much chip damage on the table for Ryusei, and he's damn near taking it all. Kabe blocked at the last second down below, and the overhead is what got him. The one overhead he didn't block. Ryusei tying it up, 1 game apiece. That was mad close.
Down to the wire. We talked about this before. What do you do when the JP gets aggressive? It's not about that zoning play. It feels like the zoning has not been working out, but Ryusei pressing the issue, even when he's got the lead, has been what's able to lead him to victory slowly but surely. Kabe gotta be careful about some of these access points on his side of things. Sweeps happen with punish. He's been getting opened up. It is hard. It's damn near impossible. But again, pressing the issue is Ryusei with those lights. The departure. Full screen again.
Oh. Finds the very, very sharp jump in cross-up. That angle is so hard to even contest, especially with how good his crouching heavy punch is. It only goes straight up, but the back of his neck definitely exposed, as every Titan should be. Oh. What a time to throw. Bravery from Kabe.
Be careful that drive gauge. This character can deplete your drive gauge with a stand fierce medium. Ryusei is fine to make a block this out because you kill the drive gauge, you kill the character, especially with the Baron of Burnout that is JP. When he gets that level 2, even beyond that, okay, drive in with the light, ends it with the enhanced Tatsu. Again, waiting and baiting, waiting for him to wake up with an option. Commits to the stand fierce, the jump in is there. OD, Jinrai, yeah, Shippu Jinrai.
Yeah, the evolution of Jinrai, you love to see it too. Kabe, very resourceful with his meter, utilizing both the drive gauge to its maximum potential, then the level 2 for the max damage. But Ryusei sitting on 2 bars to his name. That's a punish and a half if I ever seen it. Look at the damage you get off of that light.
In the corner push too as well. You're putting him in the optimal position as you have pointed out. JP also can get in that win condition pretty quickly. There's a few of them too. Gonna get that level 2 on block at any point. On hit would be good too. But on block would be just as fine. Depending on where the drive gauge is at. Oh, the finesse and bless. Walk back slightly for that stand fierce hit. Did not get the forward heavy kick follow-up though, but still has him caught up in the corner.
What's the defense like? Back-to-back lows, and now it's a throw. Hey, not too bad. Oh, the uppercut. What a call out against the spike. No meaty spikes here. Slowly regaining his meter, but no, it's a run stop that gets clocked. More than enough damage. Didn't even need to spend a bar. He gets to keep 1 to his name. Kabe and Ryusei all tied up. Final game, final round. 1 bar apiece.
Initiation once again from Ryusei. See him getting real aggressive. Being able to keep pace with a Kim player. Definitely takes a lot of work. Full screen, sending out the bar, the teleport, the tech does not connect. Defense is real good here from the side of Kabe so far. Drive gauge looking healthy. As soon as I say that, the stand fierce eliminated a whole tick. That crouching knee kick as well. Slowly but surely whittling away that gauge. Interruption, but no commitment.
Oh. No, you saw it. There was the startup of the fire from the uppercut. It just came out too late. He did it way too late. Oh, this is dangerous. You gotta do it again, right? Oh, you tried to bait him? There we go. What a
jab on the
time to
four.
jab
Oh,
check! What do you say? What a beast!
And we really haven't seen him do that so consistently throughout this match. It's usually been wake up with nothing, wake up with parry, wake up with OD amnesia, that switch up, caught Kabe unaware. Still, bar at the bottom here for Kabe. You can find entry point. You try to go for a command grab. The back throw puts him in the corner. No embrace here. The down forward heavy punch. The tech does not connect. Can he get in? Try to put him in burnout. Oh, it doesn't matter. The burnout means it's going to be enough for the champ. They'll dip the super to get the kill. Well calculated here from Kabe. Oh.
What a unit. This guy Kabe is sick. He's feeling himself, man. He's feeling himself. The confidence is there. There's a different side of Kabe. I'm loving this, man. The daredevil on ice. That was actually so damn well played. 10 points to the name of Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. Only needs 20 more to get that chance to be second place. Man, if they get a full blowout against FAV, ooh, that would be sick. That would actually be so
I'm not even
scary.
gonna say, could you imagine? Because things have happened. Even scary things have happened in the league. I ain't gonna say nothing like that because we've seen big blowouts. We've seen 40 bombs against some of the top teams and things like that. You know, we talked about historically FAV Gaming beating Seoul. First time it was 30-10. Second time it was 25-20. So the gap has been closing surely but slowly. And now we see Kabe, who had been dreaming of this match, had been hyper focusing on this match, make it a nightmare for Ryusei. Ryusei had said, you know, man, you know, as you know, I feel a way as a home game, I prepare for every character, but you have to prepare for Kabe and his kin. And I really like the confidence from Kabe overall. Even the matches that he didn't win, he still stayed at that stand fierce, like just outside that stand fierce medium range, and was throwing out fireballs, was confident in ways of getting in against the projectiles. Fantastic calls on defense. Wasn't always perfect, but you can't be. We do see some stats here from both sides. Anti-airs were really not there from the side of Ryusei. You pointed that out. Not a lot of crouch fierces coming through. Only 4 out of 11 in terms of anti-airs. Kabe, not really many anti-airs came through from his side, but not many chances overall. He did tech quite a few throws against the likes of JP, which could lead to quite a bit. Not that many techs from the side of JP makes sense because Ken will blow you up to the corner or keep you in the corner. So that's going to happen. But I really like the fact that Kabe at the very end was able to keep that drive gauge healthy. I feel like that was a problem throughout the game. He was getting hit with stand fierce medium. That was killing the drive gauge, and he backed off a little bit, shot some fireballs, let it reset for a bit, and was able to spin the win at the very end. First win for Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto between these two teams. 10 up.
Not a bad way to start it. Really not a bad way to start it. All things considered, you got to feel really confident as your team Soul making the decision to put up Kabe up front. Absolutely work for him. And it actually makes sense too. Like if you really think about it, obviously I had my predictions as to what team or what player would go up against who for the lineup. Like I think Kabe versus Tokido, as dominant as he was at World Warrior taking down Tokido, I think like you would imagine Tokido would have had subtle time to figure that matchup out. So I think now you have to bring up Guile, right? It has to be Higuchi coming up next. Yeah, it just makes the utmost sense, right? You want to have Guile to stop that type of playstyle that Tokido wants to implement, and I think it makes sense a lot to have Shuto at the back end as the anchor against the loop play. This is actually a very, very strong lineup. If Nemo throws me off and says he's going to go up against Bonchan, I'm going to lose it.
I really hope not. I think Shuto should be able to seal. I know that Nemo doesn't rely upon the same, team members like Higuchi and Shuto, and obviously now Kabe is getting up there too as well. He doesn't want to rely upon it, but I feel like now is not the time to like show up for your team, right? I feel like Nemo, he's great, but give your strongest right now. Higuchi, Shuto have historically, not only this league but last league, have been the strongest, have been showing out, have been putting a team on their back. And Higuchi recently hasn't super more informed with this character, with this Guile. Watching his streams and watching him out here, you really see the game plan in that Higuchi style is back with this character. We have to prepare for him and how he plays Guile more so than Guile itself. It's not all the way there, it's not perfect, but you can definitely see the tendencies of Higuchi coming out in this play, that aggression, that confidence that he had troubles with earlier in the earlier leagues. Way better out here in the in this new game is super informative. I mean, this is a dude that's shown that Guile to a region that doesn't believe in Guile as much, that this character is still top tier out here. Maybe he's not top 3, but he's still a character you have to worry about.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, he's always going to be a tough character, or like tough character, I should say. I'm going to be very specific. He's always going to be a very tough character to contest against, or even try to play and pilot. So I don't think that's gonna be something that's ever gonna go away. I think that's gonna be an opinion that stays true through and through, really. I think, you know, there's so many intricacies of Guile that need to be worked on in order to play him and defeat him at a high level. It's weird to see him not in the top spot, right? Like, there's other characters obviously taking the top 3 spots obnoxiously on social media. But I also think that Guile still deserves a spot to be said that he is in like top 5. I just think the ease of access, or like the ease of learning the character, is definitely not up there, right? In comparison to a Luke, in comparison to a Ken, in comparison to a JP. I think that Guile, if you put the work into it, he rewards you very well. Obviously, we've seen that with the likes of like Nakodu, Kaba, etc. Kaba made it into Capcom Cup as well. So I just think overall, like, if $1 million is in the line and you have limited time and limited qualifiers, I'm playing Luke, baby. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Smash and crouching medium punch all damn day. If you do have time to grind though, I think Guile's a fantastic choice, though. Either way, you know, it's just learning how to zone. I think zoning is so important, obviously, with Guile. It's a very obvious statement, but like it's different from game to game. You see the likes of Kaba, you see the likes of Knuckle really attach himself to how to zone and use a buffet of buttons, not only with just the booms too, but utilize the buttons behind it and the system mechanics and work around those. Higuchi hasn't got there yet, and that's, I think, part of the reason why his results aren't as strong so far. But now they've gotten better and better. I think his boom pressure is a lot better when he hides it around the upside down kick in certain matchups. We saw with Chun-Li, a lot better, more formulated game plan. You're definitely right. If I'm trying to get that milli and I only have a few more months to play through, unless I'm Zaffarino, who's been playing Guile on the stream, by the way, I'm going to be picking Luke or an easier character in terms of access for that W. But Guile still a fantastic threat. And even in this matchup, I feel like, which has been a little bit more even as the season has been going on, I think it's still nasty against the likes of Ken.
See if the pick plays off. Here we go. And Shooty coming up. Check out the low fours immediately. Damn! The fist hit towards the very end. Even Tokido was taken aback. He was like, yo, word, that hit me. And I love that, the contention of the Sonic Blade. You can't throw one without caution. It does have a hurt box and pretty decent sized recovery on it too. Back throw with Gucci. I'm loving this now, and punishing on the throw. You have that much time to throw out the Fierce still. He did backdash to evade the throw and bait it, and then Fierce to the chin. God damn.
The layering right here with the Sonic booms and the normals. Way more confident, close range gameplay here from Sonic Higuchi. Didn't we see before? I feel like he'd get mid-range, like mid-screen and try to sling out the booms. But now he feels confident up close and personal. Sends out the baby booms, the parade of baby booms. Driver Sight trying to bait out an ODDP here from Sonic Tokido. No bite, but Tokido is lacking in drive gauge. Perfect parry. He's staying healthy. Ready for the knockdown. Ooh. There's the anti right there.
Damn. Imagine if you landed into it, that would have been sick.
Would have lost it. Noise complaint.
How many perfect booms?
Walking him down though. Needs some damage. Where's the offense? There it is. Corner carry. Hands Tatsu. Get the work.
Oh! He decided to walk forward. He tried to walk under it. It was the Fierce that clipped him. The most dangerous Fierce. I feel like any character that has that is privileged. And he walked right into that privilege. Higuchi now on live support a little bit. The fourth throw. That's it. Yeah, pulling the plug. Higuchi. He tried to walk under it. I don't know if he had the charge or not. Maybe it was a sharp angle that would have caused the flash kick to whiff. So I get that, but that's unfortunate.
You definitely fear like jump light kick from the side of Ken. Definitely sharp angles where Guile cannot contest like the flash kick, especially without that charge. So that walk up, just unfortunate. He got blessed with that jump fierce. Tokido. Tokido works to the corner. Too close to that stand. Heavy kick, punish, flash kick right after. And now more room to throw out the Sonic Blade. Has that level 3 DP, level 2 also goes to chip through. A lot of options here. Throwing the fireball.
Puts himself in a burnout, sets up a Sonic Blade as well off of the OD fireball, and now we're gonna be solid puncher incoming. He's looking to take out that gauge, and he does so successfully. The jump is there. Man, back-to-back swinging haymakers from Tokido. Landing in a sweep. Oh, he pressed the button. You know for sure he pressed the button. What a bait out.
We'll call out here for Tokido. Actually, let's seal the deal. The dash up, counter hit DP. Oguchi's back with bar. Lots to utilize right here. Doesn't want to overextend though. So tense. The OD right back at him. The clap back. The super. We react. And that's a punish. That's the kill. He's got the lead. Getting in against Guile. Not the most gauge. A tall order. The perfect parry. And the Genius Gamer through. Can he figure out a way to get through Gucci's defense right here?
10 seconds on the clock. Oh, Sonic Blade barely touching. He's looking for a drive impact back. Oh my god, way too close. He tried to dash in there, and the speed of Sonic booms, man. With the speed of sound, Higuchi throwing out the OD. And I love that. You're starting to notice when exactly he's throwing some of these OD Sonic booms. It's within the range that Tokido is able to trade normals with regular booms, right? I think we saw the first sign of that in the previous round. There was a moment where Tokido had looked to trade with crouching medium punch against the boom, and like obviously it's not a trade that he wants to take. Like you're taking a little bit of damage, but I think Guile takes more damage off of that trade-off one, but also you're still close to the opponent afterwards, which is gonna make them really think about the next boom, right? I think that's really important to think about. So with that in mind, Higuchi's been throwing out a lot of these OD booms at the right spacing. I think he's caught on to what Tokido wants to do ultimately against his boom. He's been walking it out. He's been parrying majority of them. So now it just comes down to like spatial recognition, I feel like, for Higuchi. His game sense is so good, man. For him to make up that strategy on the fly and pick it up so quickly, that's mad talent, man. That's a lot of hard work in the lab and note-taking to even figure that out.
Not for his character, but just to understand other people's tendencies on the fly. And stay solid, especially against someone who works so well at defeating people up in the corner like Tokido. We already saw that sharp angle that Tokido was looking for. He knows what to do when he lands you in the corner. Like, he definitely threw. Like, it's going to happen. So to avoid these situations and avoid these trades and save that bar for the rainy day that is like coming up for those 10 seconds on the clock, throw that out at the very last second. You know that the opponent's going to try to dash up, take a trade or take the advantage. As you said, great game sense, great awareness. And this is the Higuchi that you want to see. The Higuchi that has that confidence, that game plan with these booms. Close range with booms is a very, very hard thing to do. I know people are like, he's just spamming booms all damn day. But that could lead to an easy jump and an easy read the side of Tokido. But for him to be less confident and not get jumped on continuously, show that he has a really good game sense, a good template of throwing out booms and normals. Higuchi with the first victory.
But also Higuchi is really setting the pace very well with some of the booms and some of the normals. The mix and the hybrid between striking is so difficult to call out, right? Whether it's projectiles, whether it's a normal, but it's Tokido, he's looking for the big opener, and that could have been it off of the standing light kick. He could have gotten a little bit more, but I guess he just was not ready for that to clip.
I was wondering when Higuchi was going to do something different with these Sonic booms. He's seeing the intention on the parry. Could be seeing some drive rush overhead, drive rush throw into as well. OD flash kick, calls it out, gets a reversal, gets Tokido back to full screen. The perfect parry is there, but you see Higuchi get a little bit more aggressive with these buttons. I'm wondering when the drive rush is in. Yeah, maybe trying to bait out. The DP will still find the activation. Drive reversal, but you're still in a bad situation. This is still a chip out. Even more so, you see from the side of Higuchi as he sends out man with the baby booms and the OD cuts through, putting Tokido on the back foot where he has to spin that gauge to push Higuchi back, but it doesn't matter. You're a burnout, that's bad. Higuchi takes advantage. On set point.
Yeah, this might be a problem if Tokido cannot figure out the spacing issue that Higuchi's been throwing at him this far. And then What about the momentum as well? Higuchi being able to switch it up at a change of a flip of a switch, really. Drop of a dime, tip of a hat, etc. Whatever other euphemism you have. Back throw now to play with the rest of the estate. Perfect parry. Attack on the drive gauge as well. Double time. This guy is so smart, St. Cola. He is big brain, massive IQ. Go for the burnout immediately. I'm loving this man.
This dude's ridiculous. The drive impact. That's what, yeah. That's definitely a wrap. Higuchi staying golden. Boom blooms for days. Watch the cutscene. Gonna hit him with that back heavy punch to seal the deal. Higuchi staying golden. This cat is back in form. We were waiting for this. The return of Higuchi. The return of the young prodigy. He's back, baby. The sonic booms are fantastic. The layering on with the buttons right after. Forcing Tokido to give up bar. He did drive reversal. To give up the bar, put himself in burnout. That's how you know this man's on the back foot. And then when you saw Tokido was going for too many parries, he goes in with the buttons. He makes Tokido feel even more uncomfortable and finds his back and first. He's there. He's there. Higuchi, this is what we want to see. And this is a really good sign for the playoffs. And more importantly, Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, 20 points.
Damn. Can they get the 40 bomb? I'm not opposed to it. Man, this is actually such a tough call, dude. If you were to actually put money on it, man, Shuto versus Bonchan, bro? Oh, no. Like, if your life depended on it, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're gonna figure this out. Like, with the way that Shuto's been playing, actually OD. The way that Bonchan's been playing, he's been actually ridiculous, man. If there's any sort of like downside perhaps, or any sort of like weakness that one could have over the other, is like maybe time management, considering Bonchan is a dad, but we'll talk about that later. Checking out the stats of a lot of sturdy ground game. A lot of sturdy ground game that has been spaced out. And also some really sneaky DIs. I think that's the name of the game, right? You look at the anti-airs, 100%, 50% from the other side. You look at the OD reversals, really conservative with the meter. Fact of the matter is, there hasn't been a lot of knockdown scenarios, I think. It's just been mostly exchanges in the mid-screen and knockbacks, right? So that's another thing to take note. Tech throws, again, not a TQC game. It wasn't any sort of close quarters combat majority of the time. So that's how the tail went, right? If you talk about these kind of stats, you could exactly tell what the pacing was overall. And it was a long-winded set of games. Don't get me wrong. Like, we went down to almost time over twice in that set, that whole set. So really impressive for Higuchi to stick to that game plan overall and force Tokido to play the game that he wants to play. Tokido looks so deflated. I don't know if you saw it, but he looks mad deflated.
You don't look too happy. I mean, he did say that he was ready. He knew that Higuchi was coming. He got cooked, and now it's up to Shuto to seal the deal. Imagine they get a 40 bomb. But hey, going back to what you were saying about Bonchan, time management, I feel like he's A-okay these days. I mean, look at his record so far. Taking a look at his record, he is 9 out of 11 in terms of wins to games played. If he is on a time crunch, he's using his time very effectively. He's picked the right character that I think that really fits his style. We've seen it week after week in these anchor positions. Even at first to twos, he's been clutch. Only losing 2 games, but I feel like this is going to be like a real test. You're going against the Anchor Master. I feel like one person that has been an Anchor Master in not only this league, but previous league of Street Fighter 5 that we had, is Shuto. He's 6 out of 9 in terms of wins, in terms of games played in this half of the league. He's been an absolute dangerous threat in a lot of matchups we didn't think were going to work out. This is going to be a banger, people.
I'm excited for this match. I really am excited because of how both have been like improving the gameplay. It's so difficult, man. It's really such a difficult thing to call. All right, say call on the count of 3. You're gonna have to call it with me. All right, ready? You ready? I need to know.
Right.
I need to know. I need to pick your brain on this one. Ready? 1, 2,
okay.
3.
Bonchan.
Damn. Okay. Bonchan, I get. I totally understand why you would go for Bonchan, but hear me out, man. Hear me out.
Okay, listen. Go ahead.
I think Shuto I think Shuto is gonna be, he's gonna be so on point with calling out any sort of fireballs that Bonchan has. For some reason, I may have seen some of his streams, but I think like if Bonchan doesn't throw good fireballs, Shuto's gonna run away with it. I'm just saying.
I think you're right in that regard, but I think that Bonchan being able to take advantage of damn near every situation that's given to him will mean that he will see that happening and switch it off immediately, or hide those with better intention, right? With medium punch, with maybe like other buttons and things like that, you know, fake outs and stuff. Either way, I feel like that'll happen, and I think this will go down to the wire. But I think that Bonchan will take it overall because I think he will be able to, out for every situation, as a player should, make the most out of the damage that he can dump out with it. I think those jump-ins also will be a big factor too as well. I think he'll recognize that Shuto has some of the best anti-airs with Marisa along with Big Bird, which takes a lot. With Crouch Fierce being as slow as it is, with Gladius being what it is, takes a lot, especially with the blessed jumpers that Luke has. His jump timings, Bonchan, just in general, are fantastic. You have a character like Luke that gets so much off of those. I feel like those things together, I feel like he edges it out. But I don't know. Even saying that, I feel like I'm not fully confident. This could be anybody's game right now. You know, you said that, now I feel like Shuto might take this. Damn, I don't know. This is difficult.
Yeah, I gotta hear from chat too. Chat, you gotta help us out, man. Let us know who you feel is gonna take it. 1 for Bonchan, 2 for Shuto. I gotta see it, man. I gotta see how the public chooses, because right now it's a coin toss for all of us. It really is. I need to see it from you guys myself. Again, 1 for Bonchan, 2 for Shuto. Right now, it's any man's game, and that's the most exciting thing about it. Like, this is a very significant jump forward for Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto if they manage to get this 40 ball. Look, it's almost, yeah, a lot of folks are going for 1, and I totally get it. Bonchan, the way that he's been playing, it makes him look nigh invincible. Like, he has been so damn consistent and so in such a bulldog type of style, and it's been so consistent, right? So I think it's really, really difficult to even consider.
I think, you know, the only times that he's lost what were in the second stage. This is who we lost to, actually. It was Goichi and Fudo way previous to that. In the overtime, the first one. So losing the first one and then losing to Goichi, not bad, not bad at all. You know, even beyond the record, just who he smoked: John Takuchi, Yamaguchi, Fenridge, Machobo, Nemo. He actually beat Shuto in a first-to-one overtime. Previously, I forgot about that data. In the first-to-one, he took him down. But let's see what happens in the first of 3. Longer games, longer sets. That aggression I feel like that Bonchan has, that walk forward, oh man, I'm gonna hit you with the crouching medium punch, crouching light kick to catch your walk back, hit you with these nasty meaty setups, and dump out the damage. And those jump-ins are dangerous. But Shuto, however, his innate defense, we've seen with these calls with the armor, rather to push you back with the stance, the spacing for the anti-airs, even though I said that could be problematic, he does know where to back up to get that crouch fierce that Gladius. And as you called out, has ways to play against the fireballs. He knows where the hit scan's going to land. He knows that they're going to come out at a certain point. The Superman punch will come through at these angles and get the knockdown. You're right. Anybody's game right now. Bonchan did say, hey, it's all right, though. I'll win and go to the grand finals. When Ashley said, nah, I'd win. Don't spoil it if you know what that reference is. Don't spoil that, chat. Don't do it.
That's such an obscure reference. Shuto, his match, his pre-game interviews, 2 games were fantastic. I can't call myself strong if I can't win this. What a beast. What an actual anime line.
This one's gonna be nasty. Oh man, this one's gonna be absolute heat. Oh, Productions betting on Bonchan.
Man, come on, guys. Come on now. I like that. I like that idea. It's fine. Here we go. This is potentially the final game. We'll see if FAV can make the rebuttal into sudden death. Damn, the baseball bat's swinging. Shuto already off to a great start. Punish counter? That's huge. Oh boy. Go next. Go next. Yeah. Go next. That's it.
First of all, the combo comes up, you're already like, okay, we do next round. We'll hit my bar at the bottom. look at your phone, and reassess the situation here. Yeah, looking for possibly like a trade for the fireball or even a button. Punish counter fault would be nasty on that button as well. Swinging that kick out. Shoot though, pretty dominant in the suture so far.
Oh, that's a big counter hit. Damn, he ran into it. Oh, go next again. Oh, that could have been a big counter punch.
So much
yeah,
more.
Shuto,
impact.
He is going nuts right now. This guy is going absolutely nuts. Shuto's spacing has been immaculate, and the callouts against the counter pokes have been even better. Damn.
Young Shuto playing like he's about to pay the rent, bro. Definitely needs to do so. 40 points would be fantastic for his team. Oh, what's that stomp?
Yeah, that stomp was egregious. My girl just broke the floor with that.
Yeah, really. They break the legs. Just have him caught up in the corner. Bonchan, gotta be careful of that gauge. On block, he finds a jump, medium kick, cross up.
Damn, rebuttals with the perfect right back at him too. Taking some time to take some water on that from both ends. Damn, these guys are pros. What a stop! Standing light kick. You know what's good about that too? It hits low enough, right, to stop the Gladius. It doesn't have to be a low move. It has to be a hitbox that is low, right? Even if it's considered standing to block it, you still can use that against the Gladius.
Talked about her dying to lows and throws. There's one right there. Jump Pierce again, locking him up in the corner. Is this going to be another perfect Masada Bonchan? He is the PP master, the perfect master, the double perfect master. The knockdown's there. No, never mind. Bull with that info. Dying on some dirt.
I'm glad you saved yourself on that one. I definitely heard it. But all right, either way, Shuto. He's looking to get the drive gauge gone, right? He's trying to put Bonchan into a very early grave with the burnout. The anti-air is in there. That's exactly what we were looking for, to see whether or not he had it in him to get the anti-air against the dreaded jump fierce. But that's one of the points that we didn't get to talk about, one of the tidbits. We talked about the anti-airs from Shuto being on point, sure. But I think Bonchan can force the error if he throws out an early jump fierce because of the way the hitbox is. I think that right there is what is going to really turn it around for Bonchan. Maybe he'll take to this guys a little bit more often in these next couple of games, but we'll see if Shuto adapts to that.
You can play around that idea too as well, right? Like force them to get pushed to the corner, force their space a little bit more. They have to be more cognizant of that. Light kick, trying to find an opening, the whip off the sweep, so no punish though. Shuto shaking his head. Know that he lost that. The jump fierce again. This time claiming the throw. Get the stuff coming through from both sides.
That's not too bad. Bonchan being forced to burn out does have the corner though. Could throw him again if he wants to. That car, ooh, that actually is everything. And fold. You could do it again if you wanted to. You could drive up. Oh, actually. Oh, that's so scary.
No gaps though. The
He's
impact
stuck in the drive
doesn't roll to make him fall. Yeah, and the in full right after. Shuto up around now.
Damn, Bonchan is looking to the ceiling, man. He's like, geez, this is so tough. Twins, help me. It's a big counter poke. Level 3, I like that call. Look at the damage. You're looking at what, 55? Especially with the way he started it off. Okay, maybe 50 right down in the middle. Who knows?
Still hasn't come up in the corner. Drive case not looking so healthy too as well. Put that bar back up in around 3 or 4G, but right now you're focused on taking Mami Marisa down, the muscle mommy.
Oh, that's huge.
Spacing,
his spacing is immaculate. Why is he so good with that? He swung with the roundhouse. It whiffed. Bonchan tried to throw him afterwards, and Shuto still managing to get the counter poke. Bam! Watch out. Could be in Fold City. Who knows? He might be a pretzel maker all of a sudden. Plus frames.
Charge up.
What a jump back.
Was not able to get it. You've seen that before. Either it's some sort of fadeaway play or a button that lurches back to avoid that forward heavy kick. There's the anti right there. It's not over. We'll be in fold. The bunker. The super. We carry. We wait. We bait. We decimate. OD down to the ground. And this is Shuto on game point. Oh no. Vicious, he was spitting. Let me see what's up in the chat.
I was watching his streams, bro. I've been watching his streams, and guess what? Bonchan has not even tried to throw out any fireballs, which is tough, right? He's taking the air approach. He's taking the counter poke approach. He's taking even some of the drive rush approaches. There we go. Standing light kick has been such a pivotal tool as a round opener for Bonchan.
That jump here, sweep off the feet, the raw up against that hard knockdown. And that's that jump in play. Here we go. As you talked about, getting aerial with it. With that jump fierce, finds a medium crouching medium punch. DP ender, rising upper. Looking like a downer here for Shuto.
Damn. Oh, the burnout is there. Oh, more. Yeah, most definitely going to be getting this burnout real soon. Boom, forces it out. Doesn't mind spending that level 1. It's not the damage he's looking after. It's the burnout. Oh, what a time to actually get a counter in. Oh, no.
Flip out.
Counter poke again. And fold.
Hold. That in. Try to get another in-full situation. But the super saves the day. Oh, man. But imagine, even a second later.
Oh. Oh, no whiff punish from Shuto. Jump back jab, doesn't want to anti-air at that sharp angle. Very smart.
See Justin.
From Bonchan.
Yeah, he backed up the micro, walked back the crouch medium punch to put it back in business. The throw. Everything's adding up. He's looking at Bonchan for now. Perfect parry. He knew what to do. The impact to get these follow-ups heavily scaled. Was it level 3 at this point? No, go for beast mode.
Not quite dead. No way. No way it hit. Punish counter. That's one start. And fold. No way. If he does it again, he wins.
Oh, you trying to get the Superman punch. Should've listened to you. Listen to you, Vicious. The impact, no spot. Wasn't close enough. One touch, just do it. The super, just do it. And he did it. The make him up level 1 to get it done. Damn. Oh my God, Vicious. I'm gonna have a heart attack, I swear to God.
Oh my God.
Round 1. Fight.
Help.
For who? For everybody.
Final game for both.
Oh.
The big counter poke. I like
like
that. Just outside of the range of low medium. Shuto peppering the lights now. Watch out for that throw. Bonchan, he was weary of it. He tried to move. There was a meaty involved. In fold, it's got to be coming. No, Shuto, he made him think the exact same thing.
There's a DP. Too far for that throw. Not able to get the full punish count. You see him shake his head a little bit, but he knows that Bonchan's almost dead. One bad fireball. Backs up again for the crouching medium punch situation off the backboard. Medium kick. The throw right after it. Bonchan's got the bar at the bottom. That level 1 could also cash out as an anti-air. Cannot do anything with any error. The whip. Ooh, he's looking for some sort of entry point. Yeah, closer with the Superman punch. Harder to anti-air. Harder even level 1. Finds the counter poke with a crouching medium punch. A toe tap, and just like that. Shuto. Set point. 40 baller. Staring them in the face.
Oh. That low forward could have been everything, right, to get the thing started, but it's crouching medium punch instead. Into the drive rush as well, the full perfect flash knuckle sequence as well to knock him back. Here comes the phalanx, very aggressive from Shuto to make sure he doesn't maintain himself, doesn't save himself in the corner. Do it again. That was a 6 sequence.
Level 1, or medium, I'm sorry. The lights, no bar spent. To do so without it, the DP, you cannot leave for free. Vicious, we're at final game, final round.
Both players at level 3, one big hit. It's gonna be explosive, no doubt. Forward throw, what do you do afterwards? You drive up? No, you're looking for a hesitation poke.
There's fireball, careful though. Armor points come through. Gets the counter hit with these lights off the backboard. Not level 3 just yet. Blocks it out. Use jabs. Hunting for the Gladius. The jump back, fade away, and play off the backboard. He's got that level 3.
It's not enough.
Close to victory.
It's not enough.
One more.
Not burnt out either. Oh, he's got a little bit of both. What was that? It was a big Hail Mary. Shuto, he gave up on the play. It's Bonchan clutching it out, ladies and gentlemen. FAV Gaming, they're bringing it to a sudden death.
That actually means no matter what happens at the end, that they move on to grand finals, because all they needed was 20 points. They're in the grand finals.
That could have been either way, man.
That really could have.
That could have been either way. But as it is right now, Bonchan in the prime position to possibly come up for the sudden death matchup. FAV, they automatically qualify for the grand finals. Congratulations to them. All they needed was 20 points, and it's Bonchan who does it for them. That was truly a spectacle. That was the marquee matchup. We talked about GyoGun and Cyclops being the marquee matchup for the teams, but in terms of player to player, Bonchan and Shuto, as of now, they have to be the marquee matchup. I'm sweating. It is like the beginning of December almost, end of November. It's about to be the winter season, and I'm sweating watching this. Jesus.
I agree, man. It's 25 degrees out here, and I am dripping right now. Right now, FAV Gaming dripping in points as they move on to the grand finals. Anti-airs were not there from the side of the shooter. We pointed out that fact that jump here especially was blessing the dome too continuously. We see him try to back up a little bit, but I feel like you're claiming too much space. You're giving up too much space, I should say, allowing them to claim up a lot of space. The bust out, not so continuous from the side of Bonchan, but we saw that last bust out not leading to anything here from Shuto that really sealed the deal. And Shuto holding a lot of throws. Teching, we should definitely hold the throws from this character. Like salute. Throws up the damage, so it makes sense. But definitely took a lot more than we saw from the side of Bonchan. But those jump-ins were the most important pivotal part in terms of stats that we see up there overall. And again, Bonchan being able to hide the intention with the fireballs. They got, we saw them perfect parry. We saw them parry, things like that. Superman punch, the idea that came through didn't really hit, but we saw Bonchan having to hide them consistently and add everything to his toolkit to get the victory, get these W's. And Stan like it, you pointed out too as well. Good against Gladius. I feel like without that tool on the table, Gladius would have been a little more apparent, more appropriate, but I feel like Shuto without that option kind of got worn down a lot. Alongside those jump-ins, man, that jump fierce, too difficult to deal with.
You know what's funny? Now that I think about it, I think Jump Fierce only hit once. If I were to really look back at that match, I think there was only one significant time where Jump Fierce actually hit. I think most of the time, Shuto actually was mad impressive with his reaction time. He subbed out a lot of the jump-ins very, very quickly, or if he was at the wrong angle, he would do jump back jab. I think, yeah, as much of a deterrent Jump Fierce is towards a lot of anti-airs, I think Shuto adapted perfectly to that strategy. I think that wasn't really that big of a factor if I really think about it. But either way, man, that's so impressive for him to even adapt to that, right? Because how often do you find yourself in that situation? How often do you find yourself seeing Bonchan do that kind of stuff? But either way, the sudden death is happening. It's Ryusei coming on in.
Okay, Ryusei up for FAV Gaming. I was surprised they didn't just put Bonchan. He's already hot. He's already in the seat. I feel like he's done well in these first one situations. We saw him do well in the first one against Shuto the last time that they played. But I guess they want to send out Ryusei and see what he can do. At this point, they have as many points as possible, so why not put him in the hot seat so he can get prepared and ready for it at the grand finals when that happens. So let's see what happens for Sol. I'd like to see Shuto. Personally, I'd like to see Shuto go out.
I would like that.
The way he plays.
Yeah. キャラクターと操作タイプも一応伺ってよろしいですか?
And Aru is saying the same thing. I think he's talking about it as well.
はい。キャラクターはマリーザ。
Yeah, they were talking about Shuto coming up, so. It does make a lot of sense for them to put him back up. He is like hot on the dot, really. I don't know about the matchup as well, though. I think like JP versus Marisa is always going to be like one of those matches I feel like that is underrated. I think the intricacy of it is something that's like something to really pay attention to. I think it's difficult too to even try to contest as like the Marisa player.
We did see Shuto develop that strategy though with the toe tap kick to be able to check and challenge his character. If you take the trade that eliminates departure off the table, so like I feel like that strategy definitely helps out in stabilizing the neutral. Like it's gonna be hard to stabilize the neutral against JP no matter what, but taking that element off the table and being in the range to contest against his character, so you can get in to get your win is going to be very important. If you take a trade, you'll take that over getting stuffed out and push back even more so, or killing your drive gauge. You've seen that with Shuto when he does fight JP players. Last time they did play was the first of 3, every position. I think that's when Shuto really was like, I have to win this matchup. I have to lab it out. I have to understand how to fight, you know, the likes of JP out here, especially like Sabuse. That was 3-1 when they played in the Anchor. They haven't played any time after that, but Shuto has picking out some really big JP players out here. Shuto says the points don't matter, but I also Ryusei in the first stage, so I'll definitely win this time. Ryusei says, I just want to play a lot. Doesn't matter who the matchups are. He just is out here to play. He's just happy to be here.
That's definitely a Ryusei thing to say. All things considered, right, to kind of talk about the points, so reiterate, in case you guys have missed it, FAV Gaming, they move on automatically into the grand final spot because of those 20 points. There's no chance right now in the running for DetonatioN FocusMe to overtake them. And it's now really, I think it's what, 20 points right now to FAV. So if I'm really looking at that, taking a look at the current spread, 20 points right now to Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. The most I can do is 25. I think even with 25, they'll be okay, right? With DetonatioN FocusMe, if they get the 225, they take second place. But obviously, DetonatioN FocusMe, they still have a match to play against Shinobism Gaming. So we'll see how that plays out.
FAV probably super happy, are very super happy to be in that grand finals position, not even to wait to see what DetonatioN does. They can overtake them. You know, we talked about how part of this is in the hands of the players, and for FAV, it was in their hands. They took it. They're in that top spot. And this is kind of wild because FAV Gaming, they have won a Street Fighter League before, but I don't recall them ever being in that top spot previously when they got there. You know, last season it was Good Squad that took the victory. This time, it could be FAV Gaming, it could be anybody else, but they are poised to be one step closer towards the finals, which is wild to say. Not Good Squad, FAV Gaming. You know, very dominant team out here. They have lost a few games. They have taken some L's. They've had some very close sets, just as this one is right now, and could be. But it still shows that they are the most consistent. Obviously, that's why they have the most points, but they've been more consistent, I think, overall than other players, other characters, in terms of like their strategy and stuff like that. You could see it with who they've chosen, who they pick, and just in general. Ryusei getting back in form, Bonche getting in form with Luke. This is the full package of this team.
A lot of consideration, a lot of deliberation for something that they know will be happening in the playoffs. This is more so a match of pride. But for Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, 5 points could be the make or break for favorable seeding. We'll see how it plays off, right? 5 points to their name is what they're looking for here in the sudden death match. And it's one game, straight up. Let's see how it goes, man. Every one of these games thus far have been mad close and mad tedious, actually. So here we go. Yeah. That could have been a big explosive start for Shuto. Wasn't ready for the counter poke against the low medium to win.
For medium punch, lurching forward, but nothing hit with the back throw. Full screen, you gotta walk your way in, and again, that toe tap before medium punch, maybe for a heavy kick, anything that's gonna move you or advance you forward. But then again, Ryusei, he presses on the issue, but with the impact, Crystal Slash, a very bad option.
Ooh.
Side switch.
Bang! Just enough. The enfold and the confidence from Shuto getting the first round. I'd imagine he's in still tip-top shape from that last performance against Bonchan. Damn! Gladius again, just right in the grill. Stay down, old man. I told you, stay down, old man.
Just ran the left. And as we were talking about, are they at fan Pierce? The punish count starts off the corner, push to Pierce. Departures out, we talked about that, locking down the neutral, especially against a character that needs a little bit closer to an axis sort of violence. But again, the dash-up situation here from Ryusei. He is one to press the issue. Try reversal to back it up a bit, eliminate the gas, and goes to perfect parry. Punish. Again, back to full screen. Shuto, not a lot of gauge. He's looking for that toe tap, but too far at the distance. All he's doing is hitting nothing but air.
So close. Oh! Force the burnout? Yeah, he got it. Critical art on deck for Shuto. He's not going to spend it right now. Ain't no way he's going to be spending it. If he landed the jump in and gone through a full sequence of the critical art, it wouldn't have killed either way because he was in burnout.
Next round. Final round between the two. Both a lot of ball to exercise that forward media punch, finally hitting it, the knockdown. Try to rush in with a throw. What's next? The wake this time. For an amnesia. For rebuttal. Perfect parry at that distance. He saw the game previous. He knows what Shuto wants to go for at that distance.
The counter poke sway, dude. After the toe tap, the slight walk back into the target combo, this guy is so clean with it.
And with that throw, the bar at the bottom, we'll be able to use it. Another throw, one more hit. One more grip will do it. Anything, the amnesia finally comes out. He's still in. He's still getting aggressive. The stand heavy kick activates. The level 2. One more decision. Maybe 2, actually. Get that bar at the bottom for level 1. Let's go for the overhead, the call out. The blocky's got bar back. OD, drive impact, no gaps. The super finally coming in the clutch. Shuto gets the kill.
Little overzealous. Again, we talk about what happens with certain characters in Burnout. Obviously, you can get a block string into a drive impact, but there's certain characters that can get away with it. One of them being Marisa, again, being able to utilize the armor, even if it wasn't level 1. If there was enough of a gap, you could still use it. Gladius as well. But yeah, in between, utilizing that level 1 super with the armor behind it. Very, very smart from Shuto. I'd imagine that's something he wanted to do in the last round, but I don't know. I can't really say. But this is 5 points. The name of Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. They take second place currently with 225 over DetonatioN, FocusMe in the current standings. But it's really up to DetonatioN to switch that around against Shinobism Gaming. Good work from Shuto, and also still good work from Ryusei as well. Still getting that exercise in.
Yeah, getting prepared and ready. They won't be able to do so through the playoffs, which you'd rather not do because you might be knocked out. But having that preparation, having that one last match to get ready and get some more data in before you go to the grand finals is always a good idea. Ryusei, I mean, he did say that he wanted anybody to fight at that point, so both these teams will be advancing to the finale, at least for the playoffs for Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. And then for the finals, the grand finals, FAB Gaming solidifying their spot, gaining the points at the very end on the side of Papa Bonchan. Fantastic to see these two teams really rise to the occasion in this new game, in this new arena. And then also, you know, shout out to Kabe coming in the clutch at the very last moment. We've seen him switch in the second part of the season. That is not an easy thing to do, to be added to a team in a team-based format where people are relying upon you, you're playing first to twos, first to threes, depending on people are studying you all the time. It's a different sort of environment for him to acclimate at the very end and really exercise what he's known for, the technicality, I want to say being able to break down matchups very well was really good. So good shouts to Kabe, shouts to Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, Shuto and Noguchi. Right, carrying the team on their back continuously, as we've seen throughout the league. Nemo, I mean, he wasn't super bad this season, but I feel like he's going to have to get into form for the finals, I feel.
ネモさんとすごい詰めてというか、まあかなり
But does he though? I mean, like he's got 3 other teammates he can rely on right now. Maybe he could play. Maybe he could play coach, right? Maybe he could play the guy that like preps everybody. He could be like the big training partner and also the lab monster for the team, and also play coach to that. Who knows, right? Like, despite not having the same type of performance on the stats, I think there's still a lot to be said with like the formulation of the team in terms of like who you're going to be setting up and who you're going to be placing in like home or away. I think a lot of that decision making comes down to like Nemo leading the discussion and also bringing everybody into like practice as well, because I know for sure he runs a lot of sets with a lot of different players too. So not just his teammates, like he'll run sets with everybody and try to download as many different like strategies you can that works for JP and also just like against the player too. So I think it's a lot that he can do even if he's not necessarily playing.
That's a good point. This is a team-based format. We have seen coaches come through in the clutch for a lot of these teams. Hell, for Detonation, they have Tachikawa on the sidelines giving them a lot of information too as well. So that data is just as valuable when it comes to combating. So Nemo himself says, you know, I couldn't do well personally in the second stage, but as a team, we did a great job. We'll keep going in the playoffs to proceed to the grand finals. So they're locked in to get that win to move to the grand finals. We'll see what they have later on in only a few weeks. I can't believe the grand or the playoffs, I should say, are only in a few weeks. And then after that, weeks after that, are the grand finals. Getting closer and closer to that time, man.
Yeah, it's a very scary situation, I think, man. I wonder how many of these teams will be really ready for the other. I want to see what the changeup is in the history of their current stats. I want to see if there's going to be any sort of rebuttals or consistent results. Either way, this is going to be a very interesting couple of weeks going forward as they get ready for playoffs. Again, this is the last week of regulation play, and we still have one more set of teams playing, and it's really exciting. It really is exciting. Detonation FocusMe with Shinobism Gaming is going to be following suit afterwards. We're going to get that underway in just a bit. Shuto, we have his post-game interview as well. I'd imagine there's a lot to be talked about in regards to his first stage performance and translating it into second phase, right? When he had shown the world the prowess of his modern Marisa, he was all the rage. He was talked about all over the world. And him going back to Classic, it's very impressive to see that he does not slouch when it comes to like the switch up between modern and classic. It's very impressive, one, to like have the muscle memory to do it, and also like the things in mind to understand like what you're able to do with these characters, like because you don't have the same tools going from modern to classic. So him identifying what needs to be done between like modern and classic is very impressive. So Higuchi, we got his message in a little bit earlier, right? Throughout the league, we did a fairly good job considering that the game had just started. We want to do better in playoffs. Obviously, we still need to get Shuto's translation in as well, as we have Nemo already speaking his piece.
Also got some love here from Kabe. Say he wasn't in the best condition the second stage, but changing from Sasamo. But really happy he was able to participate in the festival. I feel like he did more than participate at the very end. I feel like he is definitely a threat. He's getting up there to the point of Higuchi and Shuto. Showcase what he can do outside the league, inside. And we'll see what he does coming up. Higuchi said throughout the league, he did a fairly good job considering that the game had just started. And he wants to do better in the playoffs. And we'll definitely see him do better in the playoffs. I mean, if he can work like that, like he did against Tokido, he is going to be an absolute demon in the playoffs. All eyes on this guy. But speaking of all eyes right now, you say, along with Sako, who did not play today, Tokido, and Bonchen, Fab Gaming, they're all in grand finals. They don't have to play in the playoffs. They're chilling until the finale. Can't wait to see what they're going to have to mention, especially Sako, who are glad to see in good health, as many of the players are too as well.
Imagine a different world where Bonchan had actually lost, right? Imagine that. Imagine if Detonation FocusMe would have been able to get into the grand finals spot, right? That could have been such a huge change-up. I didn't even know like what could even happen in that situation if Detonation FocusMe, if Itazan would be able to repeat history, right? That's what we prefaced this whole tournament with. but it's FAV Gaming staying and maintaining their dominance against the league, and that's always an impressive feat. Like we talked about the powerhouse teams when they were announced. Obviously, we had our eyes on this one: Tokido, Sako, Bonchan, and Ryusei. A lot of people felt the exact same way. They're like, ain't no way this team would not make it into playoffs. Even so, taking it even a step further, people were like, there's no way that these guys wouldn't even be in the grand finals. But as to whether or not they will win the whole thing, you know what's funny about that is I think they're looking as susceptible as ever as the time goes on, which is really dangerous because that just shows you how like history can also be repetitive. When you talk about like what had happened in previous seasons of Street Fighter V, they were like one of the top teams as well. There was one point where they were so dominant and they fell short in second place against good 8 squad. So it's a possibility, man. Even in grand finals, it's a possibility to fall.
Could happen. We've seen it happen, and it could happen again in the future. Sako says, Bonchan was our savior. Beautiful game. Personally, I wasn't able to play much, and I wasn't able to win even if I played, so he understood where he was standing at and was not going to just jump in and lose points for his team. But thanks to his teammates, he was able, or they were able, to pass the second stage in first place. They'll do their best to become a champion of Japan and represent Japan at the finals against the EU and US. So they're already wrapped up and ready. They understand what's at stake. And again, as you mentioned, a very dominant team, great spread of characters, great spread of players, really coming to their own. You said they are susceptible, but I feel like they'll only make them more emboldened to get better and understand their faults, especially Tokido, where I felt like he said he was ready, prepared, and he got cooked today. I think today is the day he's like, okay, the way of Tokido has to be adjusted right here, right now, before we hit the grand finals.
Telling you, man, he's waiting for Akuma. That's what it is, baby. He's waiting for Akuma. But all jokes aside, yeah, I think I agree with you there. Tokido has not been in the light that we usually put him in, right? He's not really been fulfilling the type of way that the type of playstyle that we were expecting of him, right? Not really getting the same type of results that we expected out of him. I think a lot really goes into like the prep work that Tokido puts in. It's just something that's really impressive that he hasn't been able to like adapt to what's put in front of him too against certain matchups. The Ken Mir match seems a little troublesome. Guile obviously seems pretty troublesome for him. So we'll see how it plays off for Tokido in the future. I'm actually curious to what he has to say. But Ryusei, he got his piece in. He says, I feel like I am not good enough looking back at today's game. The move wasn't what professionals do, so I would like to get better. I'd imagine, yeah, so in both instances, right, against Kabe as well as the sudden death match, being 0-2 in a single day, it doesn't feel good, obviously, but it's still in consideration, like, a really tough call, right? I think he still played it as well as he could have. Kabe was just on a different speed, and that's always going to be hard to adapt to.
Yeah, I do like that Ryusei had a good game plan with this character. I mean, you've seen him rise and get better to the ranks out here, really adapt himself to JP. I like him initiating the pressure, he just has to be able to seal the deal a little more often. Tokido does say that Saishunkan Sol was so strong, especially Higuchi was rocking today. So Tokido, he's open and honest about the fact that, hey man, that team was cooking, and so especially was Higuchi. And it's something he's gonna have to go back to the board with and really understand, not only like matchups, but how he wants to play the game in full. I feel like we see, you know, elements of it. And maybe honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, maybe part of it is like I'm waiting for my character. I know that he is the type to switch to whatever's powerful, but maybe Akuma might fit him better in this game, depending on how the character plays. Maybe that's something that is on his mind, that is weighing on his mind. But he said we were pretty strong in the first stage, but it became harder for us to win in the second stage. And they even note that despite their dominance, things weren't always, you know, so easy. We talked about how when they met Seoul, it was 20-25, and they had barely beaten Seoul the last time that they had fought. So people got stronger and stronger. They haven't always left with a victory. They've sometimes left with damn near no points. So out here in the league this season, everything feels like it's a contention. That's why I think even with the finals being what they are, they may lose. They may get cooked, or they may win. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's exactly what I was saying earlier, right? It's exactly what I was prefacing this whole conversation with, is that the fact is, no matter how strong FAV is currently, they've fallen before, and they've fallen short towards the end, like towards the very end in grand finals before. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. And I think Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto, like out of all the teams that have made FAV look the most human, I'm glad it was them because they had a really big rough shot going into both back-to-back seasons and also back-to-back phases of this current season. So I think it's a lot really to be said with knowing the history of Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto. A very strong-willed team, also a very strong character diversity, and also just strong presence overall.
Again, it's good to see that closeness up this league, man. I don't like seeing blowouts all the time or seeing these teams lack so close to the finish line. I'm glad a lot of this was towards contention towards the end. And, you know, they're going to be taking some breaks. So Kido said that I assume the playoffs will be more difficult. So I'll give Bonchan and myself some breaks to win the grand final. So they want to rest up a little bit before they have to fight it off. But you know they'll be watching those playoffs intently and getting as much data as possible, depending what team comes through. Bonchan says, I knew I had the most points at the moment. I felt I was the strongest too. And he played, despite the fact that it went down the wire, hella strong. I mean, he's been one of the strongest in the season. I think he might actually be still the strongest player, at least one of the top spots. I mean, his record was damn near unblemished until recently. He's been super dominant with that loop. And I would have liked to see him honestly travel to some of these premieres offline and do some work. I think he would have cooked. Do I think he would have won? Of course. Maybe not. I'm not sure.
I mean, he went.
Oh yeah, top
he went to the offline premiere. Yeah, he went to the offline
Evo,
premiere
right?
Singapore. He went to,
yeah,
of course.
He went to
Evo. He went to Singapore. Yeah, he 100% went to Singapore.
Oh my bad. My bad. My mistake. I did not even know that he was out there. One more with France. One more. But either way, Bonchan doing work out here for his team in the league and with that loop. He said we never passed second stage in first place ever. It's the first time in the second stage that they've been in first place ever. So this is what it's like to proceed to the grand finals automatically. It's a good feeling, but they cannot be feeling too good. They have to be feeling focused when they go into the finals in a few months. Rest up a little bit, but make sure you're watching those playoffs because it's going to be a difficult one. If any of these games previously have shown us anything, I think will always be in contention. Even giants, even gods may bleed.
ストリートデータ6出てから今までの期間の練り上げられた極致
It truly is that way, man. Gods can definitely bleed. FAB Gaming is the first time really that they've made it into the grand final spot. I think since their inception. I think most of the time it's been good 8 squad. But this is a really big turnaround for them. I'm just hoping that they do not choke it up. I still think about the day that Kawano switched to Vega during one of the matches. I was for good 8 squad, by the way. That was it was so random that even happened. But anyways. I was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, man. Oh no, that was for. What was that for good 8 squad? I can't remember now. But either way, my memory serves me.
You're right. Those were good 8 squad.
It was okay. All right, cool. That was actually a scary moment. That could have been FAV taking it all the way. But anyways, they're still taking it all the way to grand finals, that is for sure. And one thing you guys can do is obviously take a look at the raffle at hand. If you guys scan the QR code on the top right or even check out Capcom Fighters, you guys can participate below. They'll be giving away a bunch of lanyards, some really cool things that have the artwork for the current season of Street Fighter League Japan. This giveaway is going to be given to 2 lucky winners, I think, from now until Christmas time. Interesting. I do like that.
That's a little Christmas present right there. A little bit of Street Fighter 6 gear. Sponsored gear too as well. I like that we have all these collabs coming out for Street Fighter. I saw the different collabs. We had the Onisuka Tiger stuff, Rob TV on that commercial. That was super dope. And of course, KZH, we had the VTuber tournament just happened recently. I gotta go back and watch that. I haven't got to see it, but I heard it was absolutely massive. There's so many collabs coming through for Street Fighter. So many things looking forward to. So many things to be checking out. I'm glad this game is blowing up outside the FGC. It's not just inside the FGC, but it's outward. Especially when you have good artwork like this. How can you resist at all? I mean, I don't know what this is, but I like to get it, to be honest. Is it a postcard? What is this?
If it was some sort of like official artwork, best believe I would love to like get my hands on all of that. But who knows at this point? Any of the artwork stuff that comes out from artists looks pretty damn cool to me. It's cool because it's like also something you wouldn't necessarily get with the game. It's like all the extra stuff, which is always like fun to have. What's fun to have is some hair to actually use this product. I know for sure that this has been an ongoing collaboration for quite some time. Actually, this season is the very first season that we've seen clear the #1 product in Japan for any sort of like hair care, maintenance, and grooming. That is something out of my areas of expertise. How it always lands on me towards these segments, I have no idea. But one thing is for certain, you could have luxurious hair like Ryu, like Luke. As you can see, they're feeling each other's hair in the graphic. You too can experience long, luxurious hair. Scan the QR code down below on the bottom right. Make sure you take advantage of this offer and the promotion going on in the realm of Street Fighter 6. I was hoping there was a segue that can move on into the next one, but we're not quite there yet. Again, be sure to pick up your chance for some clear hair products. There we go! All right, we got the buttons now. The Battle Hub, right? The Battle Hub actually has exclusive buttons to support your favorite teams from every Street Fighter League, whether it's Japan, whether it's US, whether it's Europe. All of the teams are currently available as badges, and also the buttons themselves for Street Fighter League. Be sure to rock it out. I am so close to getting mine in my Battle Hub as well. Obviously, I'm going to get the Good 8 Squad one first to show love to the homies. But the rest of them always up and really, really cool and up for grabs. So be sure to check it out at the Battle Hub store.
Yeah, get those right now. You can purchase them, or you can get them with in-game currency. I'll be probably supporting Shinobism Gaming, and I'll definitely be supporting these costumes, bro. These look super dope. All of them. For once, I see a costume pack that drops, and all of them look super sick. I'm looking at the DJ. That one looks dope. JP looks super sick. Man, all these look dope. Even Sim got drippy. I can't believe I'm saying this. Sim got drippy.
Looks nice, yeah.
Super. That dude looks super dope. That's his casual costume. That's what he wears while he's walking.
We call that the Santa Barbara doll sim because they dress exactly like that in California. I kid you not. We call that the Santa Barbara outfit for doll sim. We've already coined and phrased it. But man, the JP one, like the Sage JP or like the Coachella JP, that actually looks kind of sick too. I'm a fan. I am definitely a fan of that one. The DJ one looks good. Dude, the Kimberly one, the full-on ninjutsu outfit, brother, I am sold. Hey, this is actually a huge deal. The Japan Esports Awards is currently going on right now. If you guys check out the QR code on the bottom right, you are eligible to vote for Game of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, for the Best Esports Game Award category, Street Fighter 6. The Best Esports Tournament Award category, Street Fighter League Pro-JP 2023 and Capcom Pro Tour 2023. There are multiple areas to vote for Street Fighter 6 and Capcom. The reception period is going to be on December 31st, but all of the details that you need is esportsawards.jp, but you could also just scan the QR code. Be sure to vote for all 3 instances, right? Best game for Street Fighter 6 and Best Esports Tournament Award, both for Street Fighter League and the Capcom Pro Tour, if you can find the time to do so. Just at the click of a button, at the scan of a camera, really. You guys can do the same. It's really that easy, especially if you're from and in Japan currently. Be sure to put those votes in because every vote definitely counts towards the reception of Street Fighter 6 towards the masses, right? It's been very, very much so highly in consideration for a lot of folks out there, hence why we've been getting so many of these big collabs. It's a different era, man. It's a different era. Let's give the flowers to those that deserve them. I think the dev team and the producers, they've done an amazing job of putting such a classic together already. But with that in mind, we still have another classic coming up in our final match of regulation play. It's going to be DetonatioN FocusMe versus Shinobism Gaming. You don't want to listen. Grab some snacks, grab some refreshments. We'll be back with the conclusion of Street Fighter League Japan that leads into the playoffs. In the meantime, be sure to follow along, hit that notification bell on all the streaming platforms you see. We will see you after this break. Don't go nowhere. We got ourselves the final match of the season. We'll see you real soon.
皆様の高評価数やチャットメッセージ数は番組拡散に大きな力になります。ぜひ積極的に高評価ボタンを押していただいたり、チャットでたくさんのメッセージ送ってみてくださいね。
なんと間もなく高評価1万高評ということで、
ありがとうございます。
ぜひ1万、
ぜひ1万、
2万、
2万2万いってみましょう。
はい、お願いします。たくさん押してください。よろしくお願いします。
お知らせは以上となります。はい。カプコン e スポーツ公式 SNS ではリーグの最新情報をお届けしております。 ハッシュタグ SF リーグをつけてチームや選手たちに試合の感想や応援コメントをつぶやいてください。番組の中で紹介させていただきますのでどしどしお願いいたします。この後は試合準備のため休憩に入らせていただきます。21時52分から第10節マッチ3シノビズムゲーミング対デトネーションフォーカスミーの模様をお届けしてまいります。それでは一旦失礼します。
直に見るのは初めてだ。これは夢か幻か。でもいけるぜ。いいぜ、付き合ってやる。いい風にしてる。ねえ、ミーゼ。
ご覧なさい、私のステージはアンドゥワン忍者スター参上。新入だ。
血が騒ぐね。味見しちゃおうかな。
戦いの時が来たな。
始めましょう。休まれてはいかがです。楽しんでください。
私の出番だね。任務を遂行する。やる気はあるのか。
よし、行こう。動きが悪いぞ。拳でいいよ、この筋肉も。物 足りんな。これはどうだ。俺強いぞ。ヨーガの導きのまま。どうした。
空風の力を見せるわよ。
キープつけてやるわ。ぶつかってこんかい。この守りを崩せるか。ルルズアン。お、任せな。どうだよ。来いよ。
さあここからは
Our final match of regulation play is currently underway. It's going to be DetonatioN FocusMe going up against Shinobism Gaming. This is going to be the match that sets it all off. Put it all into the marks of history. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to see how these two teams will fare off against each other. Just to kind of remind you guys at home what the score is looking like. Shinobism Gaming is no longer in the running. They're looking to try and play spoiler to DetonatioN FocusMe, but at the same time, DetonatioN, well, their chance of getting into the grand finals no longer in contention. What is in contention right now is this team looking to still make a name for themselves towards the end. It's Shinobism Gaming starting things off with the swankiest ninja that is Johnny, who switched over from one M to another. It's Marisa into, sorry, Manon into Marisa. The man who will put you 6 feet under, it's the Gravemaker, Fujimura. Followed by the man who had such an impressive World Warrior record. It's the Vanguard, Yamaguchi, to start things off. And then the head ninja, Shinobi Prime, Momochi, leading the pack for Shinobism Gaming. Now, obviously, we talked about what's on the line here. I think it's more so on the side of DetonatioN FocusMe, right?
That's true. They need 30 points or more for a chance to at least win that second place spot. We'll see what happens. The team comes up. DetonatioN FocusMe. Focus up, says Fudo. He is the attack on heavy tank. No, attack on heavy drive gauge with that DJ play. Fantastic with him to get that qualification at CPT finale. Hey, the Trickster's out and about. He's with that Rashid. It's John Takeuchi. After that's going to be Shippu Jinrai. He always lets it fly. Evo Japan champion. It is now, man. Last but not least, punching his meal ticket with Mommy Marisa. It is Itabashi Zangief giving grief. Hey, he's also whipped out that Geef if need be. So we're seeing some variety out here. This team is in this top spot. And honestly, they've been one of the biggest surprises, if not biggest surprises, in the second half of the stage. They got here due to points flipping around, were able to eke their way in, but they really made a name for themselves and said that we deserve to be here with their great gameplay all the way up to this point.
Yeah, at this point, they only need one win to secure their spot into second place. They can no longer hop over FAV towards first for grand finals. They won't necessarily drop down to third. It would be very difficult for them to do so because, again, they just need one W, even 5 points to their name, because as it stands right now, Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto has the 5-point lead. This is the order for the other side. Fujimura Ken, Johnny Marisa, Yamaguchi, DJ from Shinobism Gaming. For DetonatioN, who are you sending up first against the Ken? I gotta know.
Oh, this is the difficult one. Man, this is, oh, they already said Fujimura. They want to go, wait. Hold up. Oh, DJ. Okay, so they're putting up Fudo first. I did not think this was going to happen. I thought Fudo might be second. Like, might go against the Marisa. Maybe have a better game plan against the line Marisa. But I guess this isn't really bad. You know, send Fudo up for the first shot. Maybe wouldn't be that good for like a mirror match, because I think after Yamaguchi had gotten that loss, he probably went back and studied the tapes to fight Fudo if he has to in the league. So maybe he doesn't want to have to expose himself for that first of 3 situations. But maybe it's not the worst idea to send up Fudo. What do you think?
I think it's fine. You know, now that I've actually done the check on the rankings, I actually miscalculated it. For some reason, I kept thinking to myself 35 points, but Saishunkan Sol, they're actually at 215, so they're done. They're absolutely done already. So DetonatioN, no matter what happens here, they're chilling in second, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because Fab Gaming currently has 265, if I'm not mistaken. So I think even if DetonatioN manages to score a 40 bomb, they're just 5 points shy, which is really awkward, right? At this point, sending out DJ, sending out Fudo. I kind of expected, like, in terms of the matchup-wise, for it to be this way, but I would have loved to see the Fudo Yamaguchi run back, right? I would have loved to see if that would come to fruition or not.
Fair. They would like to see a run back, but for now, we'll be seeing Fujimura going up on the deck. One of my favorite Kens to watch, and someone has been not too bad out in the league. The first stage was 7 out of 8 in terms of wins in games played. This stage, not as strong. Half in terms of wins and losses, 4 out of 8. So maybe not as strong as he'd like to be, but he'd like to end this in the best sort of way. He prepared for this matchup. He'll do his best. Fudo, though, in rebuttal said, we're in the spot because Fujimura beat GyoGun in the first stage. I'll beat him, thankfully. Wow. He said, this is my present to you. A beating. Wow.
Can't ask for anything more than that, really. Fudo's overall record. Let us take a look. What this guy hasn't done, I feel like, is lose a lot. He's currently 8 for 11, not that bad of a shot at all. In comparison to what he was in the first stage, only like a shadow of himself, really. 4 out of 9. A huge change-up in regards to how he's been playing. Obviously, he's already made it into Capcom Cup with a very impressive play. These last, I think it was 2 weekends ago now. Looking at the other side, Fujimura has been one of the big heavy hitters that we could ask for in like season in, season out. He's had, what, he was one of the first to get triple-digit points in the first stage. He was 7 for 8 Ws, right? In the second stage, he's only accumulated 50 points to his name. It's a huge difference, a huge markdown in comparison. But with a 50-50 record, it's hard to tell how he's going to perform today.
That's true. You know, Fujimura did say he's prepared, and if he says he's prepared, I'm definitely on his side of things. He has been a man of the lab. See what happens, but not prepared to not get stuff for that drive rush. Fudo was more prepared for that crouching medium punch and puts him in the corner. Oh, another crouching medium punch again, dropping bows. Double down with the DP, baits out the OD DP. Oh no, Fudo. It's not Thanksgiving. He is giving a lot of beatdowns over to Fujimura, as he said he'd do.
Oh, I thought it was going to be enough time to take your turn back, but Fudo immediately gets checked. And then checks right back with the OD jackknife against Fujimura. Oh, you can't do that. Not to him. Spring kick for the damage.
Up in the corner. Fudo with the reaction. Perfect parry on the entry point. Fat punish here, even with the scaling, because you're caught up in the corner. One more fat punish counter to get the kill, or that throw will. Fudo, so dangerous on offense and defense. We talked about that active defense previously. He's active with the perfect parries, with the stopping points against the drive rush, not letting Fujimura get started.
Disgusting. Disgusting damage, man. It's all over the place as well. Back-to-back punish counters. What a pickup, Fujimura. The big counter pokes down below as well.
Attack works out here for Fudo. Gets some space with his plate, setting up these fireballs very confidently. OD DP immediately. Saw the green. Hit him with the stop sign. Look at that. If he's not confident in the anti-air, he'll just go for the normal parry.
He really knows when to let those fireballs rip. It's such a scary spot to be in. That's a big punish counter. Perfect parry into the roundhouse. Gets him shook. Is he going to spend it all? Yeah, he has to, right? If he's going to go for like the burnout situation, it means he's looking for the kill. Level 2, bang. The spring kicks to end it.
even with the scaling. Well calculated. Fudo. Talk about that, doubling out the damage. He's been finding access point continuously. And also these fireballs are actually stopping Fujimura from coming in. OD fireball. Now you see him spin some of that OD gauge to cut through the possibility. There's the perfect parry from the side of Fudo. Sway play. Nobody home. Anti-air's right there with the back heavy kick. Goes for the low. Sobato. 4-meter kick. The plus frames. The way to bait.
There's a full sequence. Hey, hey, hey. What's the frame kill? Background house again. Fujimura knocks on wood instead. He does crouching jab as his wake-up option. The Sobot to keep Fujimura in check. Fudo now on the offensive again with the drive rush forward. Looking to party.
Grand old time with that sway, bro. Oh, he thought he had the kick for him. Unfortunate. That's like the super put. No punish. Fujimura not being able to take advantage of that situation. Meaty fireball to kill the drive gauge. He's in burnout. This is bad. It's one more hit. It's going to be chipped. It's about to be it. And that is the finish. The heavy fireball. It's been attacked on drive gauge as we stated previously. And we see it right here. Fudo. Kill the gauge, you kill the character, he takes down Fujimura. Fujimura said he prepared for this matchup and do his best, but it looked like Fudo was way more prepared.
Yeah, DetonatioN at this point, they're just looking to flex their guns. They've already secured their spot in second place. There's not more that can be done to move them up in the ranks even further against FAV Gaming. But I'll tell you what, man, this is it's a great outcome, I feel like, for the likes of DetonatioN, FocusMe to get their last-minute practice in. But I think more so from the side of Shinobism Gaming, right? I think Shinobism Gaming, they need to really figure out what needs to be done to take some of these W's home with them so that they can figure out what to do for this week's CPT, right? If you can't win in SFL, there's still the qualifier coming up this weekend. A lot of donuts on the side of Fujimura, right? Anti-airs didn't really exist, obviously. OD reversals, we saw one severely punished. Tech throws as well. Not really going to be teching throws a lot against DJ. Drive impact also kind of hard to stop, especially when you're in burnout as well. But on the other side of Fudo, this guy is an A student, A+ student, if you ask me.
Look at that, 100%. Also, really good on terms of technical throws against the likes of Ken. Even though the throws didn't happen too continuously, teching 2 throws out of 2 throws, 100% against Ken in any situation is pretty damn impressive. And so was that play today. Fudo with a big 10 for his team so far. I think at this point, I don't know who you'd send up because I wasn't put Fudo second, but oh,
I like that.
The tricks are coming up. Okay, yeah. Talk to me.
So, I think there's a lot of things that Rashid can do to kind of deter Marisa's momentum. Also, I think like in the counterpoke game and also with the fireballs, I think he has like the hardest fireballs to really contest against in general. So Marisa trying to get past that with phalanx also is really difficult. But I don't know, man. I think like there isn't really too much that needs to be said. I feel like between like Rashid and Marisa, I think it's still an underdeveloped match, so I can't really attribute as much as I would like to. But based off of just like watching some of these players play, like we don't get to watch this matchup often. 1, 2, if we do watch it, it's not in the hands of like the best that could really showcase it, right? Like obviously John Takeuchi is one of the best Rashids for sure, but from the side of like Johnny, he's not necessarily like the best Marisa yet because he had just transitioned over to this character. So I would love to see a little bit more practice from the side of Johnny to kind of show this matchup off a little bit. But I think overall, I think there's a lot to be said about the mobility that Rashid has to kind of get around some of the counter pokes and also punish Marisa accordingly. So we'll see, maybe. I don't know. Like he also has a throw loop. He also has a really tricky setup to like maybe trick you into thinking he's going to throw you. He's got everything, right? Especially off of Arabian Cyclone. That thing is a mixed master in and of itself.
I think it's real nasty. I think these fireballs that you mentioned, the charge of fireballs, especially cutting through the armor, like she wants to wake up with like, you know, the lather in the armor to try to have some sort of defense. He'll cut through that with the mini fireballs. You know, charge up to cut through multi-hitting too. And you mentioned these fireballs also being dangerous if they're spaced out really well. I think they're good pokes against Gladius. I saw that Gachikun was utilizing that a lot at the Blink respawn. like using those fireballs as a poke. But more often than other Rashid players, I wonder if John Takuchi might take that into account too as well. Of course, one good jump in starts the party off for the side of Marisa, and we've seen that happen with 801 Strider when he fights like JP over in the States. You know, he's just hunting for that one opportunity. I do believe the last time I heard him talk on his stream, he too was trying to like develop that matchup. So it's something that is played so consistently where he can really land an opinion or have like a straight up game plan. Now that was weeks away, so maybe things have gotten a little bit more situated for him. But for right now, as you mentioned, hasn't really had a lot of time to grind out that matchup, and not something we get to see continuously. Johnny says, I have had a long bath, making my blood running, but I took a longer bath, so I went today. So after a long bath, he feels ready, prepared, rested, and ready to throw down. John Takuchi said, I took a longer bath. In fact, well, this is one reason why he can't win. He said, I stayed and soaked a little bit longer. I don't know that really has an effect. I have no idea.
I mean, scientifically it does. Like, it makes sense. It checks out. Like, you'll be way more relaxed. I hope he's not like too lax and too calm for his matchup, right? But I would get it if you were somebody who was like a nervous person or an anxious person when it comes to your matches. I think a long, like, winding down bath is probably either beneficial or maybe you'll be too lax and you don't have your reflexes up. I don't know. It depends on the person, really. But I'll tell you what, man.
Yeah.
Nice bath sounds really good right now.
Really
not gonna lie to you. It actually sounds like a really good time right now, especially like with how late we've been staying up. It sounds like a great time to soak ourselves up and get ready for bed. But this is something you guys cannot miss, right? This is the very final moments of regulation play here in Street Fighter League, and it's so damn cool. It really is so damn cool.
All right. There we've talked about those fireballs being problematic. The tricks are being able to find these follow-ups. BD fireball again. Difficult situation here for Johnny. He's gonna work his way outside the corner to flip out. Nothing, no. Finds a jump like kick, the knockdown. That's a punish counter. And here we go, drive rush. No back throw. Still finds another jump, and that jump heavy kick. Pressing that cranium. Oh my God, the combo. And yeah, off that Arabian Cyclone right after. The mix.
Jesus.
Again, the throw.
So I like that, right? I think one of the biggest things we forgot to mention, obviously, is that Marisa has two big weaknesses, right? She's susceptible to lows, and she's also susceptible to throws. Guess what? Rashid can mix you off of that Cyclone so many times using both those options to get over you. Dangerous. I do want to see what happens if Johnny takes to the skies in that right range, but it's John Takuchi with a preemptive jump heavy kick, puts him in the corner, has the bar at the bottom to get nasty with two as well. We talked also about that level 2 could come through if need be, or we might be seeing an anti right there. Also, level 3 may not even need the Yasar. He just needs level 3 to finish it. Good oppression and approach with John Takuchi. He's the one taking the skies continuously, and he's still playing those anti-airs right there. As an anti-cross-up tool, heavy mixer, not too bad. Damn, Johnny was in a bath for an hour?
Bro, that's it?
That's crazy. Oh, John was in the bath for an hour. Johnny was in for 50 minutes. Very, very interesting.
Oh.
These guys are very interesting guys. All right, so. Damn, the Cyclone just hit raw?
When he hit him with the dive kick, going for attack, you nasty son of a gun. Burglar. Nice perfect parry back though. Yeah, put him in the corner.
Yeah, this is looking all John Takuchi's favor. It's been so relentless, man. That bath tech is really starting to kick in, I feel like. Big punish counter on the landing frames. In fold, bang. What do you do after that? Do you dash forward? You sure do. Drive rush forward though. Do it again. One more drive rush.
Has to do so to continue that pressure. Raw, eagle spike, you demon. Absolute demon right now. John Takuchi is the enhanced run. Try to get in, try to paint on a throw. The tech though. Johnny with the bar. And he's got the lead in health, but it may not matter. You see the bar at the bottom here for John Takuchi. He might be spinning it for level 3 if need be. We're gonna go for the Yasar. That drop gauge is looking bad. It makes sense to send this out. Put him through burnout. There it is. No gaps though.
Oh. That's huge. More than enough damage, and that's of course gonna be John Takeuchi. I guess the longer bath really did take into effect. I think that really was the advantage here. But 2 games straight, 4 rounds straight, if I'm not mistaken. Was that was a straight up massacre, I think.
Yeah, it was. We do things like Eagle Spike to call throws. You're too much in your bag. The bath tech, just too dangerous. The 10 extra minutes, people lock that down. Write that down right now. If you're a bath person, those 10 extra minutes definitely matter, as he was too oppressive up in that corner, too continuous, too dangerous. Aim for the drop gates as you should. Yasar obviously out and about if need be, but just options like calling out throws. We saw with the Eagle Spike, getting a punish counter, that roll follow up, double the damage when he has access. As you mentioned, the character dies to lows and throws. That continuously happen with the Arabian Cyclone mix up in the corner continuously, looping over and over again. John Takeuchi with a very dominant win. Whew.
Yeah, I was looking kind of saucy too, the way that he's been flexing on him. Taking a look at the stats, right? 1 out of 3 in terms of the anti-air. A little bit tougher to catch the turbulent winds. I totally get that, but all things granted, I mean, all things for sure is that Marisa could be inconsistent with anti-airs. 1 out of 2, not too bad. In terms of the tech throws successfully against Rashid, 2 out of 5. Not bad. Not bad. I think it's a lot scarier to even try to tech against Marisa. So 1 out of 4 from John Takeuchi specifically. Also not too bad.
Still, dominant play from DetonatioN so far. It's up to Yamaguchi. Momochi on the stands. Maybe hasn't really found himself with the character that he'd like to play, or hasn't enough time to grind. Bonchan had mentioned that previously. Yamaguchi trying to close it out. I kind of want to see Itazan. Me personally, I want to see Itazan. It's probably going to be
Itazan.
But I definitely want Itazan.
Yeah. It's Nauman that comes up. They really want these points, baby. I see. I can't imagine what else they're trying to gun for in this instance, but they've already secured their spot. Like looking at my data, they've already secured their spot. Like I know I'm not gaslighting myself. I'm like, wait a minute, their points are correct, right? Looking down, so I can't imagine what it could be. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like I don't want anybody to download me for this coming CPT, so I'm not gonna put myself up.
Or even, you know, later in the playoffs, not having that Geef practice or, you know, that style of Geef is going to be dangerous when you get to fight Itazan. Now, for Nauman, this might be revenge, though, because he did lose to Yamaguchi in the first of 2 previously. So maybe this is just like, hey, leave him to me. I'll take him down. Let me get my revenge. Because last time they played, it was Yamaguchi that took the victory.
I can see that. I can see that being in the realm of possibilities. Sure, yeah. I think we can go with that narrative. I think that'd be just fine, too. I'd love to see Nauman in his bag too. I'd love to see the confidence that he has. Let's see if it actually means something here. Or if we're gonna go to another tiebreaker. I actually wouldn't mind another tiebreaker. I'm staying up anyway for these Kobe Grinches. But I will say this, man. Yeah, it's you know, I mean, like, they're Kobe's, baby. Like, I gotta make sure, you know, they're for my nephew anyway. 5.5, you know, nice Christmas present. But anyways, I would love to see another game. I would love to see just as many games as possible, because this is such a special occasion, right? This Festival of Fights has been so enlightening to see. I've taken so many lessons from watching week in, week out, and adapted it to my gameplay, or at least like knowledge towards the matchup at hand. Like, it really is like if you really take good notes and watch the VODs carefully of like these matches and then apply it to the games that you play, you see such tremendous results. It's wild, dude. It's contagious. So like seeing it all come to a stop for a couple of weeks to get ready for playoffs. Obviously, you know, I'll get a little bit more sentiment with playoffs and grand finals coming along, but this journey itself was such a spectacle to watch, man. It was truly a blessing.
Yeah, not to sidetrack too much, but man, just being able to talk to the players, you know, when they're done, see people cheering for them. They boot up the streams, they talk about their experiences, their matchups, and things like that. Learning so much. This has been an absolute treat, you know. You even mentioned this with DJ. I've done the same, actually watching Fudo. But Yamaguchi definitely has a different style. I feel like he's got a style that's a little bit, maybe more defensive, and maybe then he switches the flip, or he switches the flip. He flips the switch to get aggressive when need be. Hasn't always worked for him. Let me look at his data real quick. It's been 6 out of 10. So maybe not the worst, but definitely not to how he was previously, where it was 5 out of 7 in terms of games won, in terms of games won and played. Naomin, however, pretty damn decent record. 3 out of 6 previously, and then now in this second stage, 3 out of 5. Getting on form with a kid that I feel like is acclimated to his playstyle. I think one of my favorite matchups actually in this league, the second part, was when he fought Tokido. I thought Tokido was going to absolutely smoke him. He just ran that back in the corner, bro. Fantastic corner pressure and corner play. The adaptations. We'll see what he can do against Yamaguchi, though.
I'm excited for it. Genuinely excited for it. I want to see how it plays out, man. This is it right here. The potential final matchup. Yamaguchi, who's been so damn dominant, I feel like, in his World Warrior runnings up until Grand Finals.
It's a parry, not a perfect parry though. I think he has the idea to look out for these DIs, just in general.
Corner carry as well, locked down in the corner. This is going to be difficult to get out of. Back-to-back throws. When are you going to bust out? Yamaguchi is making a guess.
He's had such good innate defense. We saw that in 5. We saw also in 6 in some of his reward placements and how he's playing. Not a punish counter off that just cool light kick. Pop in the corner. Defense going to be tested up in the corner. For meter kick gets a side switch. Yeah. Use that OD just cool dash, the leave, escape, DI, perfect parry. He knew what to do that saves the day for a little bit longer. Sweep off the feet, the hard knockdown, the jab, nothing after though. Archie kick sneaks it in. Has Tatsu one more guess.
Oh, that was mad delayed, and it still caught him. The anti-air is there with a very late jackknife. Nauman in trouble too. He could have been working his way towards that victory off of the corner, but it's Yamaguchi maintaining his composure and letting it rip.
At the right time. That medium soap bot walking to the corner with that just cool conversion, but we really haven't seen anything in terms of like a punish counter just yet. Nauman has not exposed anything to lead to that option. Level 3 is on the side, impact. He survives at the last moment. This level 3 is going to hurt a lot. The pickup, Sobot, yeah. Massage bar. From the back, let's hit it from the front. Not a lot of health or drive gauge to give. Nauman, driving forward, but he's at burnout, has hit that level 3. I'm sorry, CA.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of damage. Not quite at burnout just yet. Nauman has full control in the corner as well. What do you do to force this burnout? Oh, that's a good start.
Get going. The bar's back. The OD fireball. Yeah, I like this claims from the space and not getting up with that just cool. Is it with the DP? OD DP bust out from Yamaguchi.
What a madman. What a madman. Willing to let it rip in the way that he did. God bless. That's a lot, brother. That's a lot to take in.
Defensive timings have been difficult to read here from Yamaguchi. I mean, we've seen ODDP, we've seen techs on throws that, you know, are definitely dangerous against likes of King, but really, Nauman has to work around is when he wants to do what? Stay in heavy kick at that distance for the punish counter follow-up. Yamaguchi lacking in bar, but not lacking in offense right now. ODDP, the bust out now comes from Nauman.
Yeah, you gotta take your turn with the Dragon Lash while in burnout as well. Just make sure they don't react to it. Damn. Let the damage rock. One more. Watch out for this throw. And he knew it! Oh, he made him pay for it, but that was a trade, actually. Great for Yamaguchi, I feel like. Getting some damage in exchange for just getting out of the corner instead of just paying the fee of an uppercut. Forward throw. Gets to do it again. Dash up. Waiting for any sort of reversal from Nauman. Counter hit. That could have been huge. Forward throw. We'll take it.
ODDP again. This time he saw the drive rush, had something for him. These ODDPs are saving the day for Yamaguchi. Up a game and a round right now. Oh, here we go. Whipper, so gets a Stampeders. Enhanced Tatsu Ender. Up in the corner. Double dash delay, and then he gets a grip. Yeah, waiting for that DP possible.
No confirm on that counter jab. That was a counter hit as well. Yamaguchi, another chance to make it all come back. But now it's Nauman. Level 3, you already know it. We want to build that drive gauge and put himself at checkmate as close as soon as possible as well. You're going to drive rush forward? You're going to let him be a nut? Yes, you are. All right, you're going to just chill him, actually.
Back throw. Perfect parry. Toe tap, just like that. The counter hit right after.
Very nice. Well played, well spent. In terms of the resources. Now we got Yamaguchi sitting at 3 bars.
Keeping his drive gauge healthy.
Baby!
Nauman. These parries. Set up range to the soap bot. Don't let it whip, but he drive rushes in with a light punch. Look at these extensions. We talked about the damage that is dumped down. Also, the shorter area is there too as well. Just drive rush light punch. Then heavy kick punish counter. This is punishing. Into level 3, the massage baller again. Drive rush throw. One touch.
This is looking all Yamaguchi. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. This is looking as dominant as he was playing throughout the entirety of World Warrior. He's looking so damn good, man, with this character. I can't imagine what Nauman needs to do to even like fix it up against him. Because to be fair, there were 2 games where Yamaguchi had let it rip with OD jackknife, right? And that could have been in like Nauman's favor, but how do you even stop those situations from happening? Part of the game.
You have to read that. Yeah, it is. You have to read the rhythm of the player too as well. What they want to do on defense. Speaking of defense, here is the perfect parry. Taking notes from Fudo right there. Stopping that toe tap. That defense into offense, I think, is what is really driving this momentum back in Nauman's hands. Oh my God. Double jackknife. On point. Back heavy kick, of course.
Bang.
Where the frame kill gets the throw punish counter too as well. ODDP cannot lead for free. Pay with your life. And now pay with some points. Set point here, Yamaguchi.
I'm going to call it a W. I'm going to call it a wash. Yamaguchi is just way too dominant right now to be playing in this league, I feel like. This guy is phenomenal, right? Now, not to count him out, not to sell him short, but as it is right now, Yamaguchi is just way too powerful. He's hit a different type of anime arc. He's not even in the same chapter. Bang, bang, bang. Level 3 incoming.
Damn near victory at this point. Too dominant, too dangerous. No health to your name. You have to play perfect. Nauman, walk up throw to get the win. Yamaguchi strolls on in, gets the grip, and says, that's it, bro. 3-0, saving his team from a complete blowout. That's what it was looking like. Now we get a final game as he wanted. Hey, as I wanted to.
Yes.
I don't want to leave yet. I'm not done commentating. I'm not done watching this great Street Fighter 6 action. Let's keep it going.
Big Sam. Yo, send Yamaguchi back in. Show him how dominant he really is. Just let him keep playing. Just keep him in the whole time. I think everybody would love that personally because this guy is. It's been such a weird come up. I think it's like the way that he played initially. He was so timid and trying to figure it all out. And I don't know what it is about him, but I don't even know how much he like interacts with Fudo or not. But was all of this on his own? Like, how much of his streams have really shown off like his progress? I want to see what he's been doing on his journey. I haven't been able to watch all of his streams like as close-knit as I'd like to, but it's a really interesting thing to question. 2 out of 12, I think, is the big number here in regards to successful tech throws. Hard to when it's DJ, right? So many plus scenarios that lead into back-to-back throws as well.
Right. Anti's right there. The bust outs are really good too as well from both sides. I think Yamaguchi had bust outs, but maybe they weren't reversals. They were used as rebutals against like drive rush and things like that. I don't know why that wasn't counted, but hey, there were a lot of ODDPs I feel like stemmed off that pressure that Nauman would like to do that normally Nauman would do. Once you get hit with a few of those, you're like, dang, how do I read this dude on wake up? If it isn't that, it's wake up tech with the throws. It's wake up, stand light punch. Even wake up, crouching light punch that did work out too as well. That's a 5 frame. So less quick, but Still, even the more rotations to have to worry about and consider, Naoman just too much on the back foot, and then Yamaguchi smelled blood, went in. And again, I agree with you. I want to see Yamaguchi back up. Don't send up Naoman again, though. Don't send up Naoman. Don't. Give me somebody else. Give me Fujimura, Momochi. Well,
Momochi's coming up. Momochi's coming up. I don't mind it. Also, I want to see him obviously improve in the way that he needs to improve. It would have been cool to see it, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, baby. Yeah, the captain's battle. All right. We still got a battle of anime proportions. I like that. I appreciate that. All 4 players are playing today, baby.
Let's go. I like that energy here. Itabashi and also Momochi. You mentioned Momochi not being as prepared this season. And it's unfortunate because it all happened, from what I was told at least, that he didn't want to play Ken. And you said too, he should just play Ken. Having 2 kids on the team, kind of dangerous of different sorts of playstyles. Just a little bit too late to grind out Luke in that sort of fashion and get it prepared. Bocce even stated that previously, but let's see what Momochi has. Maybe it'll be a good showcase before we lead off to Japan, the qualifier. But Itabashi, bro, he's going to be pulling out the Marisa in a first-to-one. That's a dangerous threat. That's a very nasty threat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny, too, because we also see, like, the modern side of Momochi with that Luke. Like, he's been messing around with like different playstyles and different ways of like playing the character. I mean, obviously he has a lot of other characters under his belt. Like, he's been practicing Rashid too when you watched him during Evo, the road to Evo essentially. You could see him experimenting with modern with a bunch of different characters as well. But that like takes away time. It's such a big hindrance towards like your overall performance, I feel like, especially in the league. And like, you're trying to make that thing happen. You're trying to get those results that you're looking forward to. But it's like, I don't know what his goal is in mind with these characters. Is it like the long run kind of thing, or like, I mean, obviously it's got to be the long run thing because he's definitely not showing it up in the short run right now. With all due respect, again, it depends.
No, yeah.
Maybe he'll take it down at CPT qualifier this weekend. Maybe, right? Then it'll be like, all right, I see what you were putting down. You were hiding all your tech for the very last second. I appreciate that. Yeah. But who knows?
I think he did want to, obviously he wanted to win. I think he understood why, you know, like, or understood that he wasn't up to par. That's why we didn't see him out a lot. We only really saw him I think a couple of times. Last time we saw him, he lost to Bonchan in the anchor match, and beyond that, he didn't really show up, especially when he felt like he wasn't prepared and proper. So definitely makes sense for him to hold back and just get ready for the league, or get ready for things outside the league, I should say. So Momochi says, Yamaguchi let me play this last game. Thank the teammates for this. Itazan says, it's the first time all players have played. It's also my first time playing a best of one. I am excited. Oh, he's got the grin. He's starting to smile. That's not a good sign.
That's a great sign if you're a part of the team. I think that's the best sign you could ask for. Having a very confident Itabashi is like the sign of great things to come. And I'm totally about it. I want to see how crazy it gets. It would have been cool if it was with Zangief. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. We'll definitely take what we can get. I like the anime clash off with the captains. I totally am about that as our very, very last game of the season before playoffs happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Itabashi Marisa, excuse me, versus Momochi and that Luke. I don't know if it's gonna be. Oh, it is gonna be Luke Classic. Okay. Confirmed.
Back to classics. The side of Momochi. Let's see if it's ready, prepared for battle for this weekend. If it's prepared for battle for even this best of one, you know, Marisa, definitely a dangerous character to have to deal with in the first one. A lot of wild things. To maybe taking trades more often than not. And Itazan, who's been known to read people like an absolute children's book with big girl damage behind him. That's a nasty combination. Momochi stays that off. Last match of the Regulation League. Momochi, Itazan, yo, let's get it.
Oh. Attack on the drive gauge. Well played from Momochi. Oh, that could have possibly been a fierce punish against the Gladius. Wasn't confident in his range.
Definitely bad. Trying to take a trade. We try to get out that corner situation. He's caught up in the corner. A throw. Impact. No, we saw this already.
I mean, could it be one of those moments where it's like, I want to take away his resources? Maintain the life lead?
Okay.
It's also a possibility.
It's true. He's through, and now, next round, no level 3 insight if he gets that kill. That's a good point.
Oh, delay on the crouching medium punch, but no, I don't know what that was. That was counter hit too. Oh, you hate to see that happen too, because then it's all downhill immediately afterwards. It's crazy how these guys make all of these big mistakes hurt so bad. Literally off of one execution error, Itazan completely melted away the rest of his life bar. That's crazy.
Took all that momentum, right? Steamrolled him. Final round between the two. Couldn't close it out any better way. Perfect parry. Caught in the corner. Rushing forward that forward medium punch. Gets a crouching medium punch. Itazan. Magnum bunker into the Gladius. The walk up throw. He's got that far at the bottom at level 3. About to get that victory. He's hunting for it. He wants to get that final hit to finish it. And here's the Stand Fierce Momochi. Level 3, okay.
You have to spend it. This is rough too. It's not even gonna give him the life lead, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't give him the life lead, doesn't give him the burnout. It's just Itazan is tickling him. Oh my God! Just not informed enough. Itabashi immediately running to his guns, getting the armor back to back. And that's all she wrote. Itazan completely demolishing the head ninja, giving themselves 25 points towards the end of it.
ペイルライダーの時に投げ前に入りづらい距離ではあるので、打撃重ね。
Itabashi closing it out, clinching it out for his team. The head captain, reigning supreme. That Waking decision was absolutely fantastic. I did like the possible idea of Momochi trying to, waste this man's bar, but what happened after with these counter pokes in the continuous amount of pressure, that corner carry, and just sapping away with the health every single sequence, all from one missed punish at the very end there. As you mentioned, dangerously whiffing on these cats, bro. At this level, you just can't do it. So
you can't even
taking the last victory.
You can't even drop a sequence. That was a counter hit crouching medium punch. He was looking for something else afterwards, and then erroneously went to the light knuckle. And since that moment is how we knew he messed up. The record scratch and everything. He actually demolished him. Actually, like, we talk about Thanksgiving a lot here on this channel, right? We talked about Thanksgiving a couple of times over. That's got to be like some sort of like heavy helping of Thanksgiving servings right there. That was actually mad free, I feel like, for Itabashi.
Still good stuff for him. He really solidified a new pick for his side of things. We talked about Momochi having to get prepared for that loop, but we gotta get big props here to Itazan being able to get Marisa a little bit later up in the league, a little bit later up in the season. He kind of was rocking with the Gi for a while, and then he got the Marisa up, was ready, prepared, and did work with her in the league. Maybe not always, but enough to get points for his team and not lack and slack out here. So good stuff for him, especially at this end right now. I can definitely see the work that he has with this character, not only with Modern, but with Classic. Similar to Shuto, but with a different sort of style, with his great reads that he's been known him for years. He's going to be a threat, and so is Team Detonation as they move towards the playoffs. Hey, congrats to them to make the playoffs.
And it came from a situation where they almost didn't make it from the first half, right? I didn't get to like commentate the last couple of weeks due to like schedules and whatnot. But I honestly thought to myself, I'm like, ain't no way, right? Like, these guys, they might get smoked. They might get smoked right here and now. And they ended up sneaking in there. Same with Shinobism Gaming. I was actually very, very surprised. And I think it goes to show you like the evolution of like this game was really, really fast. And also with Japan like leading the pack, it was really impressive. I can't even say that necessarily Japan was leading the pack in terms of the development of tech. Like, Europe's been putting out a lot of great tech for like certain characters. The States also have been putting out, like the Americas have been putting out a lot of great tech as well. Then you have like even the Caribbean islands too. Like there's been so much contribution of like the development of characters around the world, and I can't even tell you. I genuinely cannot even tell you which area has really like pioneered the way certain characters have been played, right?
I think. Yeah, I can't say either. And I've watched Damien everything from everywhere. So have you. It's really hard to call who's been pushing the envelope the most, which is great to see people keeping up with Japan. Even the US has had their moments and things like that too as well. How they're playing footsies like Punk and the likes of things and all that good stuff. But it's great to see DetonatioN at the top spot, as you mentioned, got in a kind of wily sort of way. So did Shinobism Gaming, but DetonatioN really proved that they deserve to be here. For Shinobism Gaming, it wasn't that they were a bad team, it's just that they weren't able to get as many points as possible. They were so close in contention last episode that, you know, it just went down to the wire. Unfortunately, things fell as they did, and they were out. Got some of that interview. Fudo said second stage was a surprise. It was a big surprise. We got to the second stage and even had the chance to go to the first, assuming talking about the grand finals, they're so close to that. Personally, have a lot of motivation right now. I will play even better. That is a dangerous threat from the likes of Fudo, who have already qualified through the CPT regional finals, and how dominant he's been out here in Street Fighter League. That is a big threat. People need to be focusing up on him. He has not been picture perfect. He has been able to bleed, but he has been one of the best players out in Japan, if not the world, so far.
Yeah.
So that's one person to lock on to.
He's been so dangerous. He's also gone to like so many different like offline events too, and it's been very astonishing to see that his way via qualification was through the World's Warriors squad. It just lets you know like how stacked the world really is. I'm curious to see it now. Like, is Fudo even gonna like participate in the World Warrior again as well? Or sorry, not World Warrior, sorry, CPT this weekend as well, along with everybody else. Like it's gonna be very interesting. But I don't know, man. Like DetonatioN FocusMe, there's such a wild card. Like you have John Takeuchi, who has really like interesting matchups right now because I feel like he's just still the character's underdeveloped for him. You have Nauman, who is like I think one of the middle Kens right now, not necessarily the best, and definitely way beyond being the bottom. I think he's definitely one of the great middle Kens. Then you have like one of the most dominant players to ever walk this earth, which is Fudo. And then you have Itabashi Zangief, who could also throw a wrench with multiple looks of Marisa or Zangief. Right, that's gonna be such a mix, such a mixed bag of different matchups that you could cover. So I'm really curious to see how they take it all the way, especially with the advantageous seeding that they have with second place. They won't have to play until like way later.
Ooh, that's really nice for them. And again, as you mentioned, having that variety is going to be a really dangerous thing. And I think I'm glad that they have been riding with their guns. Obviously, Itabashi getting another character behind himself if need be. Nauman, I think, will work on his attributes that he needs to get better. If he's able to take down Tokido, I feel like he's got that. You know, he's got it in him. Just needs to be able to, I don't know what it is, really find that confidence. Felt like he lacked that confidence when he started getting perfect parry. His things that he wanted to do started getting stuff to stop. It felt like he lacked that confidence. So if he finds that, maybe that'll be the way to play. I mean, John Takeuchi, as you mentioned, already demonic threat up in the corner. And Fudo is the man on the mission. He has been the person on everybody's lips out in Japan and even around the world. As you said, a big threat. This team has a lot of things to have to worry about and have to prepare about that you might not expect or can't get practice elsewhere. Who are you going to find in terms of Rashid besides you have to go to Gachikun for Rashid? For that type of Marisa, it's really just Itazan. That way that he plays is so different than other Marisa players. You can get understanding like the basic, but for how he plays, it's going to be different. And Fudo, no DJ playing like him. It don't matter if you understand that matchup. You don't understand how Fudo play. He is just a different beast all around. And Nauman is himself. If he gets better, he can boost himself up to be one of the best Kens and become that wildcard Ken that, with the power of that character, could do a lot of damage. This team could absolutely make it to the finals. All these players, these teams could, you know, take this in the end. This is one of those where I'm watching and I'm like, any of these teams could take it over FAB Gaming. Any team.
Yeah, that's the best and scariest thing about it, I think. We'll see how that comes to fruition. Obviously, Detonation FocusMe rounding up their interviews. We had a lot of words come in, right? From John Takeuchi, from Fudo as well. Nauman too, obviously looking to get better in the playoffs, but Itazan, his final words, his final thoughts. Obviously, he was going for Momochi. He was glad he was able to play today. And he was also happy that he was able to get a W with Zangief in general, also with both Marisa, both classic and modern. He's getting better right now, looking for the support, the same type of support in the playoffs. We were getting better because we spent a lot of time in VC with Coach Tachikawa. That is huge. Tachikawa will be helping everybody. Oh, he also said practice so much, but this isn't the end, so cheer for us next month. My mistake. Sorry about that.
Tachikawa definitely, I think, has been helping out that team. He's also been helping out Tokido, as we mentioned previously in the league. But I think having some outside eyes definitely is like a big assistance. Good 8 Squad last season had somebody doing like stats over what other players and characters were doing and breaking things down, as my boy Mobich was pointing out one of my chats, like giving me some deep dive information. So having those outside eyes, especially from a player that's so really like just so good at so many games and has such a good eye for fighting games in general, did so good in the league despite his team maybe not up to par, is, you know, obviously you can see the results here for Team Detonation. Now we're moving over to Shinobism Gaming. You know, Shinobism Gaming, Fujimura starting things off with the interview, saying they were going to win more than they did in the first stage, but it didn't work out as planned. And again, as we mentioned, this has been a very hard league for every single team. Every team has bled, some more than others, and unfortunately, Shinobism Gaming in the second stage was not up to par. You have to wonder what would have happened if Momochi would have found a character or stuck with it. Johnny would have got to Marisa a little bit earlier, but you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda with a lot of stuff. But ever still, they put on a great show throughout, and you know, I gotta give a shout out to my boy Fujimura. I've been watching him play, grind out the game, and he put out new stuff with Ken, and I want to see what happens with all these players with the CPT. You know, it's good to see Shinobism Gaming still putting out work, even though they didn't get to the playoffs. They still displayed really great Street Fighter 6 throughout. So credit where it's due. You know, maybe not the results they want, but it's good to see them up here.
It really is. I love seeing the development of these players. I feel like Johnny has the utmost potential in working that Marisa. I think Yamaguchi has been nothing but stellar. I think he's also one of the candidates for MVP, both MVP and most improved player. To be honest, like he truly is like the epitome of exponential growth, because this guy came out the woodwork swinging with DJ, and he got much better from doing so afterwards. Fujimura, obviously, he's also a lab monster. He knows all the different types of techs to innovate characters. With Momochi, this is like where my biggest head scratches. Like, what is Momochi going to do now to like figure out how to find success with this character? Will he continue on with this character? Who knows? But I would love to know like what he plans to do in the future. Right? It's very difficult to even think about, because like Momochi is such a legacy player. He's such a well-renowned veteran, Evo champ, right? One of the biggest things we talk about. Multiple-time Capcom Cup competitor. It's hard to even tell what's in the future for Momochi.
So for some players, maybe it takes a bit longer. You can hear that he is very emotional, you know, being the team captain. I gotta imagine he thinks that he let his team down, maybe something along the lines, but you know, it's difficult, as you put it, you know. What's going to be in the future for him? But it's not. This has not been an easy league for anybody, right? Not even for any of the teams that have made it or didn't make it. This has never been easy. You know, this has not been. It's a new game. It's hard to acclimate. You have so many things going on, so many tournaments going on too as well with the World Warriors. At the same time, not a lot of time to grind, as the game has just recently came out, and then what, a month later, plus a few days or weeks, we get right into the league. So they're just throwing it right in the fire. So Momochi seems to think that he's the reason that they lost. Johnny Yamaguchi have been winning so much, so he places the blame on himself. Whether or not anyone agrees with that, that is powerful words coming from a team captain, to take and hoist all that blame onto yourself and say, we're the reason I didn't, you know, I'm the reason we didn't move through. That is So emotional from Momochi. Big ups to him, even if I don't fully agree with that.
セカンドステージの
Wild for him to even bring that on himself.
これで
Very emotional words,
Yeah.
man.
終わりました。
終わりました。
いや
Man.
Yeah, it's heavy. It really is
厳
heavy.
しいね。
ー、厳しいじゃないです
Especially
か
with how he followed up with saying I couldn't even do a tenth of what I wanted to do. It's like, what was it that you wanted to do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to know
いろんな、まあ、
now, like from all the streams that I've been watching, all the time I've devoted to watching the growth of Momochi. It's like, what is your game plan
じゃあスタッツ
in the
が出て
future?
るということなので。
And it opens up that chapter, a brand new chapter for all of us. Now we get to watch it along the way and figure out what that journey is like for the team of Shinobism Gaming as we see one perish and the other move on. As Detonation FocusMe, and FocusMe is definitely what you need to do on this team. Taking a look at the stats. Not too much to really talk about considering it was a sudden death battle. The anti-air 50%. 6 throws uncontested in a matter of what, 2 rounds? And what looked like a wash? That's kind of wild. That's actually kind of wild that he got that many throws on Itazan or Itabashi. Fact of the matter is, Detonation FocusMe, they retain favorable seeding at 2nd place going into playoff spots. We will see how the rest of that goes going forward now. FAV Gaming at the very top. We're going to see the rankings actually in just a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. But as it stands right now, FAV should be at top. Detonation FocusMe should be at 2nd. GyoGun should be at the bottom, and Saishunkan Sol should be at 3rd, right? I did that in a little bit of a funky order, but I'm glad we got to see some sudden deaths 2 times over.
If they didn't really change the results, it's good to see even more action to close out the final day of regulation play. And we can see right here how things went down for the entire season. The rise of FAV Gaming, barely a drop. Shinobism Gaming on the opposite side of things. Is Cyclops not able to pull themselves out of the mud? Shaky stuff for the side of Soul, but they were able to clinch it out. Same with GyoGun. Detonation definitely focused up when they got in that 2nd stage and that 2nd win. And now we see the matchups. Wait a minute now.
Yeah, so it's going to be on the 16th and 17th, right? Playoff contention is going to be, sorry, not contention. Actual playoffs is going to be GyoGun versus Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto to duke it out first. Followed by Detonation FocusMe facing off against the winner at the conclusion of day 1. Then FAV Gaming to face off against the winner of day 1 in the grand finals. This is going to be intense. Day 1, obviously the first team. Day 2, the 2nd match, and of course the grand finals on that fated day in January. Be sure to mark your calendars. It's going to be in the same format that we had last year. It's going to be the first team to score 70 points. So we could see numerous sets between these 2 teams. But one thing is for certain, the home and away positions will be swapped no matter what, because we still have to run through one entire set, get that switch up, and then see what happens from then on out. So it's as even as you can get here in Street Fighter League.
Considering how we've seen things happen to this point, how we watch these teams grow, it really is up in the air. FAV Gaming sitting in grand finals may mean absolutely nothing. We might be getting a new champion of Street Fighter League Japan. Actually, we are no matter what. Good 8 Squad is not here. We might be seeing somebody rise. It might be Detonation FocusMe who would eat their way in to get that win. Saishunkan Sol Kumamoto maybe finally getting that W to represent Japan. Who knows what will happen, but I do know it's going to be great Street Fighter 6 action all the way through. I think we're getting the interviews from the captains, all 4 of them. Look at these. The 4 kings. The 4 kings of Street Fighter League Japan. Oh man, I can't wait for this. I can't wait to see the smack talk from Mago. Give it to me.
I love how they put Nemo right next to Itazan or Itabashi. That's my favorite thing. He's got to feel real good just sitting right next to his best friend.
You see the eye roll? You see the eye roll right there?
You got 3 trolls. It's like it feels like DuckTales, right? With like Sakonoko, Uncle Scrooge versus and his Huey, Dewey, and Louie is what it is.
Louie, yeah.
It's definitely got some DuckTales.
Oh man, I can definitely see there's gonna be some seriousness, but definitely a lot of goofing. But from his face, he does seem like he is dropping a little bit of a little bit more on the calmer side. We'll have to see what happens. We'll get the interview all written out here. A lot to consider, and I can't wait. And I hope that we kind of get maybe it's a little bit of bias of Nemo versus Itabashi at some point.
やっぱり自分自身はあんまり勝てなかったので、辛いなって思ってるんですけど、ただそれでもやっぱりシュートがやっぱチームを引っ張ってくれて、なんか今年もやっぱりプレーオフまで来れているなっていう感覚ではありますね。ただやっぱりみんなで頑張って、まずはプレーオフ勝ち上がってグランドファイナルに行きたいなって思います。
Pretty straight laced, pretty straightforward.
そしてそのお隣
I appreciate that coming in from Nemo. We're gonna get the full translation soon, but we're gonna give Itabashi his time as well.
ネモさんの横にいるのがちょっとまずちょっと喋りづらいな。
Immediately talking about Nemo.
なんとかなんとか。
Immediately.
顔がどんどん。
はい。
Couldn't wait. Look at Nemo's face right now.
ちょっとね喋りづらいんでちょっとやめてもらいたいなと思ってるんですけど。
やめないです。順位の問題なんだから。
やめないですかね。はい。そうですね。いやうち
I
の
love
た
this
ちは結
rivalry.
構
I hope they get to play against each other
頑張
in
った
some
ところ
way,
が
some
かな
fashion.
りあったな。特にフードがねやっぱもうね重戦車として時にはなんかちょっとマシーン的なところもあって、ポイントをバシバシ取ってくれたんで、それで結構打点出したのかなって思ってるんですけどね。ファブがちょっと取りすぎてんじゃないかなっていうね。はい。そんな印象だからうちらとしては結構、例えばやっぱファーストステージと比べたらもう結構やれることやったじゃないですけど、パワーアップできてるん、ただパワーアップしてる最中でもあるんで、やっぱりまだまだね、やっぱ腕前をどんどん磨いて、でその中で目の前の目標にちゃんとフォーカスしていくというところで。どっちが上がってくるかわかんないんですけど、どっちが勝つんですかね。最瞬間と魚群ね、どっちなんでしょうかね。
どっちですかね、わかんないですね。
はい、どっちが来てもね、上から迎え撃てるように全力で準備していきます。はい、以上です。
Interesting. Paying the respects towards the other teams as well, not just gunning for the top spot. I like that. Couple of the translations are already coming in. We'll get that underway in just a bit. Sakunoko, Uncle FGC.
もっといろいろ時間があればいろんなキャラ触ったりとかしたかったのに、いきなりメインキャラを決めて、そこからもうそのキャラを信じてここまで来たんで、うちのチームはやっぱそれぞれのやっぱキャラクターがかなりみんなに合ってるなっていうぐらいなんかしっくりきてたんで、キャラ選びも良かったし、なんせやり込みがすごかったですね。みんなめっちゃ強かったです。ここね半年ぐらいでこんだけみんな仕上げたなっていうぐらいの内容やったんで、言うてまだまだね戦いは続くんで、これからも頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。さあ、そしてハメコさんから何かご
So we got the roundup, starting things off with Mago. Very straightforward. It seems long, but the league passed in a blink of an eye. It wasn't easy, but we'll do our best to smile at the end. Then we had Nemo followed up afterwards. I personally couldn't win much, but Shuto let us go to the playoffs again, doing our best to become the champions. What did Itazan say immediately after that?
Well, he said, can I switch to someplace, somewhere not near Nemo? Then he got serious and he said, I personally think that we did our best, but FAB is too strong at this point, but we are still getting better. And they're definitely true about that. And I wonder who's going to proceed to fight us. Either way, we'll beat them up. Sako said, though, this league was very hard for everybody. The necessity of picking character with no info. Everyone was playing so much, and that's why this league was so exciting to watch. He's 100% with it. You know, this league starting off only a month plus after Street Fighter 6 had launched, and really pushing people to the grind and making people really grind out strategies, meta, and not only for just themselves, but for team-based oriented battle overall. It made something way different, but it definitely made for, I think, the most exciting league we've had thus far.
No doubt. Yeah, I mean,
mean,
there's definitely a fire under each and every one of the players when there's such a hefty prize pool that is life-changing involved, right? I've never seen the technology progress so openly in regards to like the state of Street Fighter 6 as fast as it has, and like that just goes over time. I get it, right? You talk about like the use of like social media, being able to spread awareness and using like hashtags appropriately to figure out what's happening with Discord as well. But the fact that everything's being shared out there as much and that there's a lot more groups being formed to like practice this game is phenomenal. It is definitely a huge change in comparison to where we have been in the past, especially with like older titles. I think this type of wave is it's hard to also stay consistent because things are just changing that much, right? The meta could evolve at the blink of an eye. Next thing you know, your favorite player might fall short. That literally had happened between the stages of Capcom Cup throughout the weekend last year, like from like the month before to like the finals, you couldn't even tell who was going to win it all. And that was a really tough thing to even digest, right? So with the speed of how the meta is developing in this game, it's extremely hard to tell. But I do like the talk that they're having right now in regards to like the age of all of the captains here. Each and every one of them have very high level accolades to them, right? Mago being the 2D god for a reason. He's had so many miraculous comebacks or so many miraculous games over at the God's Garden events for so long, even SBOs, right? Nemo, some of the biggest accolades he's had in the Versus Series games, also just very well known in fighting games for having such creativity in the lab. Then you have Itabashi, right? Itabashi has been the grappler main and the champ of Street Fighter Leagues prior too, so it's you're starting to see that consistency. Then what else can we say about Sakonoko? He is like the execution god. He is like the innovator for a lot of the way that certain players or certain characters play and how certain play styles are made too. So like Sakonoko, man, he's always pushing the envelope in terms of the execution and like the lab work.
It's all that though. Mago says, you old guys even react to Drive Rush. And then they are also talking about picking on main characters and things like that. Mago, we're getting some words from actually all the interviewees once again. I'm gonna let actually, you know what, I'm gonna shoot for Mago what he's saying right now. He said, first I like playing Jury, but I couldn't win with her, so I switched to Cammy. I was able to win, but it wasn't fun, so I switched back to Jury so I can enjoy playing. I really like that. He wants to go back to what he enjoys, because I feel like, you know, winning is great, but it stops at a certain point if you're not enjoying yourself, or you're not like hyper focused anymore. When you're winning, that's cool, but if you're having fun, you're more focused, you're gonna pay attention to a lot more things, you're gonna study more, you're gonna be more engaged. Putting in 8 hours is gonna breeze on by, especially if you're a professional player. So what you enjoy, it's about picking the character that's best for you, that you enjoy the most. Those two things have to be intertwined.
What?
この姿を見るための呼び水だったんですね、今のね。いや、そうなんです。北山さんの言葉はね。なるほど。俺はアシストできて、両アシストがねできてよかった。いいセンタリングですね。確かにこの3名ちょっと関係性あるのと思って。まあそうですね。確かに。お残儀をめぐるいろいろがねあったと。いや、お残儀いいっすよ。
Obviously, we're getting the rest of the words in. Itazan had the same kind of gripe as Mago, right? He was planning on playing Zangief all the way, but it was hard winning. So he started to play Marisa, but obviously that feels good to win also. But he also didn't quit on playing Zangief. He actually got a W with Zangief, right? He still happened to make it work. But yeah, overall, it's been nice to see him kind of switch over to another big body, which he has done historically, right? It's not like the first time he's ever done this. For those that are new, when it came to Street Fighter V, Zangief wasn't getting the love that he needed. A big character rolled out named Abigail, and Itazan immediately switched to that character because of how crazy and silly he was. And guess what? He took down so many big premieres, I think, with that character. Pretty easily during that year. It was the reign of Itabashi, He actually almost won Capcom Cup that year. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, he had to face off against, he had to fight Gachikun in Grand Finals. He actually almost won Capcom Cup with this character. So it's not the first time we've seen him switch up big bodies.
That is true. I like the fact that we haven't seen a lot of these players, leave things to the side if need be. Itabashi understanding that character still has some strength in him. There's some things I feel like that he does with Geef that other people just don't do, that maybe they're not ready for, that he can use as a secret weapon. We're getting words from, of course, Mago. So close from dropping out, and we are the away team throughout the playoffs. It'll be difficult for them. We've seen people have strategies for the away side of things too as well, and prepare for what may come their way. And he knows that they have potential, so they'll do their best. And we've seen the potential with all those players, Mago especially Mizuha too as well. For Mago, I think going back to him, it's just being comfortable and calculated with this character now. He's got the lock with Jury, that's his character. He's got to rock with it. He has to have that comfortability that he has with Cammy. But I think he can do it. He's a 2D god for a reason. November Mago may be ending, but maybe it's forever Mago. That's the form he needs to reach.
I would love to see it, personally. I want to see the max potential now that these 4 teams have made it into playoffs. There's so much to consider, right? We have CPT happening this weekend on December 2nd. Then, of course, the actual playoffs in 16th and 17th of December. There's a lot of time in between next week and playoffs, obviously. Now that you know exactly what your positioning is, who you're playing against, you have so much time to make those adjustments. And also, if you make it to the next stage, you have adjustments to make in between, like a whole day of adjustments to make in between, even further. So we still have the free talk going on between the 4 captains.
プレーオフを抜けて、グランドファイナルにもう行くことだけをまずはしっかり考えた方がいいかなと思ってお残儀準備しておきますんで、はい、お二方準備の方よろしくお願いしますね。はい、いやもうね、もう早くも楽しみですね。しっかり楽しみだっていう気持ちも踏まえて準備に専念していきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。頑張ってください。
Yeah, a lot to be said about Nemo as well. Nemo, his words beforehand, he said, I learned that I can't lose to Mago, and after that is Zangief. Didn't even say Itabashi. He's like, I can't lose to Mago, and I can't lose to Zangief. We'll be the ones to move on into Grand Finals. Itazan, I feel like there was a little bit of slight shade, perhaps. He said, I'm excited to see who will come up to face us, but we'll do our best to go to the Grand Finals. But he also hinted at Mago being the ones to move on, and he's like, I can't wait to face you. And then there was a little look that Nemo had on his face. It was just like, come on, man. There was a little bit of shade, a slight shade, hinting that it was going to be GyoGun. He said, I'll get my Zangief ready, so beware, Mago and Nemo.
Beware indeed. Do not want to lose the likes of Itazan. It's funny that these 3 do not want to lose to each other at all. By the way, they're smack talking. We already heard that Nemo didn't want to lose to Mago again. Itazan, same with him. But we find out who gets the win in the playoffs in a couple of weeks as they sign off. I think we're getting some final words from Sako maybe for the end. But either way, man, that establishes our final teams here. As you see up on the screen, y'all, the 16th, the 17th, in a few weeks, just a few weeks, will be the playoffs. 2 action-packed days of Street Fighter League playoff play. And then, of course, that will establish our grand finals as FAV sits waiting in that grand finals position.
Yeah, and speaking of that Grand Finals position, Sako actually harped in on that a little bit. He said it's our first time that we're automatically in the Grand Finals. And it's true, yeah, they've had a long running in every single season, and it's fallen up short. He says, I feel there's no change in our preparation for the win. Ganbarimasu, we'll do our best. And he wishes the best of luck to the rest of the competitors as well. This is a really interesting bout. GyoGun versus Sol on the first day on the 16th, followed by the winner of that, facing off against DetonatioN FocusMe for day number 2. Only to wait for about a couple of weeks over to face off in the grand finals against FAV Gaming. You gotta admit, that is a long time running, but it's also builds up the anticipation. I low-key want to go to Japan for the grand finals of it all and check it out myself. But then you wouldn't have a commentator to help you. But I will say this, man. This is something you don't want to miss. I highly encourage you guys to stay tuned to it. The winner of this, obviously, 8 million yen prize purse with 5 million yen going to first, 2 million going to second, and 1 million going to third. But the biggest thing that they can ask for is representing themselves as champions of Japan to fight against the others at the Capcom Cup number 10. And speaking of which, the singles tournament is pretty cool too. The Capcom Pro Tour, with the overall prize pool of $2 million, the lion's share of $1 million going to first place. Best believe it's going to be hotly contested. In fact, the action doesn't stop. The tournament's going to be continuing on this weekend for Japan, December 2nd and December 3rd. Myself and James Chen will be commentating along with you guys. So, we got 48 players that make it into the cup. Our World Warriors are pretty much almost all done, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's all of them that are already finished. Maybe like 1, 2, or 3 left. We still have our last chance qualifier to come through and a couple of online premieres. So with that in mind, one of our online premieres happening in Japan this weekend. We got the MCs, our 2 commentators, and our special guest in day 2, Gotcha-kun. You don't want to miss it.
Absolute fire, absolute heat. Make sure you stay up to watch who is going to take that winner on Meet the Feed, because that one is going to be probably the most hotly contested one, I feel like, considering the amount of talent that has not gotten in so far. Fudo has claimed his victory, but there's still many left that have not. Now, for the other ones, make sure you keep it locked and loaded. I know there's still a few more online premieres that are going on, a few more regional finals that still have to go on too as well. I think UK and Ireland are still going through theirs. Still a lot of action to go through. If you've missed anything, hit the link with video. I know Super Yen also has a list of what's going down and what players have already come through, and their streams too as well, the ones that haven't had the finales just yet. So keep it locked and loaded on those things on those people's channels. And of course, keep locked on Capcom Fighters for anything when it comes to the premieres themselves. I know Midwest at the very end, and so is East Coast, so the action will not stop until we hit the finale of Capcom Cup Finals, bro.
Man, there's so much to consider. There's so many different looks and so many different players that deserve that spot into Capcom Cup, but the fact still remains there can only be one champion for each regional qualifier, and it is an absolute bloodbath. And it's also really wild to see some of these players not even make it through. So we will be seeing them over at the Avalon during these dates, right? The 17th, I feel like the reserve for the 17th and the 18th, if I'm not mistaken, is for the last chance qualifier, if I'm not mistaken. That is correct. So yeah, 16th, 17th, 18th, last chance qualifier. It should be a 2-day event, so 17, 18 specifically. Then we take the 20th, perhaps into the 25th to do everything. Damn. That's a lot. Oh, over till the 26th? I'm actually kind of confused a little bit. There's a lot to really consider. I have to check my calendar again. But damn, that's a lot of days, brother. Capcom Cup 10, it's a celebration, baby.
As it should be, you know, considering it's the first year of the game, $1 million on the line, and the way that this game has grown and has exceeded expectations and pushed outside the boundaries of, you know, fighting games in general, seeing it, you know, seeing Lil Wayne up on things like that, seeing him get a commercial, seeing all the collaborations that have been fantastic in the game. You do not want to miss this. The LCQ, this is going to be the biggest, bloodiest bath of them all. The LCQ only having one person make it through, bro, with all the stack count that has not gotten their victories yet or have lost their chances. They'll be coming out here in absolute droves. If you're not there, make sure you at least tune in and watch everything. I'll be watching everything, and hopefully I'll go out there early, whatever it takes to see it in person. Actually, that's going to be an absolute demonic bloodbath. But it shows for Capcom to having an LCQ, have another chance for people to qualify. But as you said, it's going to be hard considering all the talent that has not got to that finish line.
No doubt, it's actually kind of wild, man, to think about some of the players that will not be making it into Capcom Cup 10, right? Imagine that. There are certain players that I feel like if they're not a part of Capcom Cup, then it really isn't the Capcom Cup, right? That's Daigo had mentioned that earlier when he talked about Tokido. He's like, without Tokido, it's no Capcom Cup. I feel like without a Daigo, it's not a Capcom Cup, in my opinion. But I also think there's other players out there like without a Valmaster, perhaps, without like a Mr. Crimson, without a Problemix, without a Punk, without a Knuckle-Doo, without like, you know, other regions in the world as well. It's hard, man. It's difficult to call. Imagine, dude, we almost didn't get Meta RD. We almost lost Meta RD.
Don't say that. Oh,
we got
no.
Kaba.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying, that also, that qualifier was nutty. Within the top 6, you had like Space Boy, Zaffarino, Idom, Mena, Punk, and Knuckle-Doo. It was absolutely bonkers. But
Yeah.
that too, Banana Can as well. But looking at the playoffs, man, for Street Fighter League Japan, we'll at least get a group of people that move on into the big stage, right? It all depends on who comes out on top in the grand finals of it all, the granddaddy of them all. If you check out the big QR code on the bottom right, be sure to reserve your spot for your viewing pleasure over at Street Fighter League Japan. I really want to, man, I'm tempted, bro. I'm tempted. January 13th, do I want to make that trek to Japan and be like, yo, man, let me use the studio real quick? Let me work my magic here in the studio. That'd be sick. It is going to be cold as heck, but it would be really sick. If I had that kind of time, I would definitely do it. But the grand finals happening January 13th. The best team in Japan will be determined. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to conclude the regulation play of this season of Street Fighter League Japan. It's been an absolute honor to throw it down each and every week, 2 times a week for you guys. And thank you guys the most for tuning into everything every single time. We will see you all for playoff time. In the meantime, be good, be well, and keep on playing. That's Street Fighter 6. Much love, y'all. Peace out.
ありがとうございました。さあ次回はプレイオフでお会いしましょう。さよなら。